Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Welcome. Today, we are live once again from Twitch and YouTube. This is the third, although technically fourth YouTube stream. Yesterday, we had a bit of a disconnection, which created two VODs. Hopefully, we won't have that problem today. So we're live on both platforms, and I want to welcome everybody who's here in chat on Twitch and YouTube already. We've already got 60 people in the chat. Let's go. I'm really excited for today. We will be continuing working on the Insignia Alpha, and I want to do a little bit of work on some quality of life stuff for the Alpha. So yesterday we got the first functional version, technically operating, so you can play through the test scene, you can provide feedback, and that's good. But now we got to do a little bit more work, kind of shaping it and making it a bit more user-friendly. It's things like player preferences are something that I want to have be preserved between scenes, so that if you do some settings or something in the game, your preferences will still be there the next time you come back, as well as a bit more of like a notice and some bug fixing in general with the player character, just because I know there are some high profile things that we can knock out early. All right. Well, you're gonna have to wait for the release, John Nathan, because it's the game itself is gonna be quite a while away still. But yeah, I think we're in a pretty good spot in terms of getting more of a community engagement with the game, and hopefully getting some funding in the next little while to pretty much get a team behind me and get this thing out the door as soon as possible. So what I was thinking of solving first was music in the game. There's music in the game, but the music does not play in the alpha for some reason. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but there's some problems with the audio in general, where in the WebGL build, the audio is all at max volume all the time, which is not great. And the scene audio does not play at all, which is a weird one. Hey, Woodgrove, welcome. What is the scene graph? It's a custom plugin that I wrote for Unity, which allows me to see all of my scenes in a graph. Considering Godot for my next game. For my next Game Jam game, maybe, yeah? Do I use FL Studio? I do. I use it to make music. So, basically what we're looking for is, here in the audio mixer, when I play the scene, I really expect to hear the level audio playing. And I think that currently it doesn't work because the audio only plays when you move between scenes. Like when you stand near a door for a scene, that audio begins playing. And when you enter the door, the audio mixes up to be louder. Like it what's the word? Crossfades to be louder. But since we're just loading straight into this scene, there is no door to help us get here, which means the scene audio plays under circumstances that, it doesn't play up here. It appears to be the case that it doesn't play. So I need to be sure of that. I'm not 100%. Music player. Where does this exist? Game system.set music. That's interesting. What calls this thing? Prologue slide, scene instances, set music. On start. Maybe you should just add a door. I mean, maybe, but... Yeah, I mean, I probably should play it, but I don't want it to play twice. That's the only thing. I want it, whatever this solution is, I want it to work properly. So, I mean, I could just create an empty thing here and call it music player, and then just go, because I'm OCD about it, 000, and then music player, and then just play like Orenstead theme and see if that works. It does work. Okay. That's not bad. So, I can set these defaults, I think. And that's the next thing I want to do. But maybe in the demo it shouldn't have music. I'm not sure. Okay. Let's try to kill two birds with one stone here and figure out why the audio is not being managed the way that I want it to be. Maybe in the game system. Audio source controller, clip mixer editor. It's none of that stuff. Audio settings. Maybe it's audio settings. So I've got default master, default music, default sound effects, and default UI. And when we load settings, we should be able to see that stuff come in. System initialize comes in from the game system. This is audio settings, system initialize, and this should load everything in. Still no ref link. No, Pretzel hasn't given me a ref link. What IDE am I using? I'm using VS Code. Okay, so if playerprefs.getInt last saved version equals application.version. Ah, I see. So currently I'm expecting game system.setFloat master volume. Is master float minimum decibels? If it is, then mute it. Otherwise, set it to master float. Master float equals get float master volume from map volume default master. Okay, this is all sort of fine. It's no big deal. This sets the player prefs to include that stuff, though. I'm not sure if I really want this to be the case. I think I'll just turn this off for now. But then, am I getting... I'm getting the volume from master volume. And I think this is a fallback, the second comma. The default value is, yeah, okay. So, Am I resetting player prefs? Hey, Vicria, thank you so much for the resub. Bonjour. Bienvenue. Hey, Undead Alex. I don't know why I've got these set. What software am I using? I'm using Unity at the moment and VS Code. I don't know why player prefs seems to get reset. That's the only thing that I'm a little concerned about. What's the difference between Java and C#? C# is basically Microsoft Java. It's not that different. It's essentially the same. There are some conventional differences. There are some differences, but not very many. Have I read Rules of Play? I have not. VSync, pixel scale, that's all fine, but it's not, I'm not that happy about it. Maybe I need to save the prefs. Audio settings, music player, audio source controller, audio settings. Yeah, I am saving them. But literally the second I load the game up again, so I can set some settings. Oh, they are saved. Very strange. What about the keybinds then? I think that lives here. So let's go to the UI. Ooh, hey, is Lazy Guru and Danger BK, are you in the YouTube chat right now? So I can mod you. I don't think either of them are. But if you do show up, let me know and I'll add you to the mod list. All right. Settings menu, settings, control settings, keyboard. Then there should be something called Keyboard Wizard here, which has a canvas. And I'm going to put this in its own prefab because I cannot be bothered working with it here. Much better. Okay. No, that's not my only project. I've had many projects. Hey, Arjun Leonhardt. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, small games and or jams have been pretty common for me. Okay. So, this lets us remap our stuff And it has a menu controller here, and then there should be, we've got our left column, right column. Where's our script that manages this thing? Wizard. It's called Keyboard Wizard. Okay, so that's the script that we were in. When we change something, we're not resetting keys. When we change a key, okay, save changes, input config.save config. Where does that go? Ah, okay. So this is the problem. Right now, we are saving this to a file called input config at the application.persistent data path. Now, that's not horribly bad, except for the fact that the binary format is not very secure. I did make my own save and load system, yeah. The only question I have is, does that persist with the WebGL version? That's the only issue. Would I recommend Unity or Godot for a beginner game developer? I think Godot is fine for beginners, and I would say Unity is probably more suitable if you're a beginner who's looking to make bigger games. But if you're just looking to get started, Godot is pretty good. And by the time you learn as much as you want to learn, Godot is probably going to catch up a fair bit to where Unity is today, but Unity is probably still the bigger option, the better option, more full-featured. Am I using Rewired? I am. But that's for input detection. This is for binding, what we're looking at here. Not really any bad experiences, although the new Unity input system should be... It's basically good enough. So I wouldn't start with Rewired. Try to use the new Unity system and see how it goes. Load config. When does this happen? This happens on awake for the game system. So, I mean, this is pretty straightforward. Unless I'm deleting the save file every time I load up the game. Like, it looks like the key bindings should be saved. Do I do the music by myself? So far, but I'm looking for a composer once I've got a bit more of a budget. That's interesting. But I don't think I ever see this happen. So let's say I make Alt select this button. That should save the file. But it didn't save. Even though it says that it actually successfully loaded it. Have I set up my Visual Studio a certain way for Unity and/or game development? I mean, just importing a bunch of extensions. But that's pretty par for the course. You need to have a lot of those extensions just to get Visual Studio Code working. But I'm using VS Code, not Visual Studio. Just as a disclaimer there. So where else are we saving this config? We're not calling reset. I don't know. Wait a second, where's this getting called from? Oh, it's not getting called. Oh, where is this getting called? Okay, let's see what happens. Well, it doesn't look like it's loading. Nope. Thanks, Noah. Yeah, I don't really know why. The only thing that has to be the case is that it's not even trying to read it and that it's loading the defaults. Let's see if that happens. Because how else does it know what it's even loading? Unless it's not saving them. Let's just turn the music off for a second. Ah, it's not saving. Lies. Lies upon lies. Okay, well. Save changes is not being called. Do I listen for the stream? I can't. Yeah, I'm listening to it. You can hear it on my computer. For 6 years, I've been listening to the stream music. I hear it in my ear. Sometimes I mute it. That's muted for me, but you guys can still hear it. Hang on a second. I just need to make sure that the button is actually being mapped correctly to save the thing. So let's go to the keyboard wizard. Let's go to the... It's not really a wizard, it's more like a mapping screen or whatever. But let's go to the footer, the done option. And do I have... Forward closes the menu. Oh, but that's all it does. It should also save the changes. Let's just lock this inspector. Don't lock the inspector. Let's unlock the inspector. Let's grab this and go to properties for this. And then let's go over to the... What is the wizard hiding under? Key wizard. Yeah. So this goes here. And it calls save changes. Holy moly. So the button literally wasn't plugged into anything to save the changes. That was the problem. So if I make the menu button escape, it worked. That's kind of weird though that this stays around but we focus all the way to there. So let me see if I can fix that. It might just be a matter of swapping these two. They're not rearrangeable. Save and then close. Well, that worked. Because I just pressed enter and it didn't do what I wanted it to do. Damn it! That's so annoying. It must have been that when I close the menu, I don't... I do work on the project daily, yeah. Let's try something. That works. That works. Oh, so I must be closing the wrong menu. Unless... Wow, that's so weird. That it goes all the way back there. But only when we press done. So... Done does what? Closes the menu to the keyboard wizard. I mean, that makes perfect sense. But maybe save changes also closes it, so now it's doubling up. Ah, it does close. Yeah. Okay, so I'm actually closing twice, which is... Save changes shouldn't close the menu, but it's fine. I should call that function save and close if I wanted to be really good. There we go. Nice. All right, well, Mayoki got their wish. They can now save the keybinds to be whatever they want. I think most people want this button to be the escape button. I think most people want menu to be on escape. So I'm going to set that to be the default. Just because I know what people want. It feels really good to solve a bug like that. Yeah. Really, really good. So do you want, shall we just upload that? Fixes bug preventing keybind changes from being saved. Boom. And then we can just push that and it'll work. But I don't want to push it just yet because there's one other thing that I think we want to do before I get any of your feedback. And that is, I'd like to have maybe like an intro little modal thing. So right now, here, this door says modal equals engine.getComponentChildren modal. So this thing here I guess what we would do is just place a new script in the scene. I think what we want, So I'll tell you what I've got. This is what's happening. When I leave this, right, this pop-up appears. Oh, and it broke. Oh, because we don't have a testing scenario. Yeah, obviously. I need to not start from here. I need to start from like the title screen or something, and then pick the test. Otherwise it doesn't know what we're trying to return to. So I pick the player control test, I go up here, I leave the test, and there's a little modal that I can use to, you know, basically tell the player, good job, you know, this is what happened. Now you can go to, it says go to survey. And when they press accept, it opens up my browser and it goes to the survey. So, hey, Bill Ilgoat, welcome. This tune is a bop. Yeah, so that's what's supposed to happen, but I think I want that modal, the same, basically the same modal but with different content, to appear when you pick this. So when you click that, it should pop up and be like, hey, this test is for this purpose, just letting you know before you get into it. That kind of thing. Did that break also? If I click this, works here. I do this, click this, I press OK. Press this again. And what is happening? Is the time scale like 0? I think it is. Why is time scale 0? Is it because I didn't close the you know why? It's because I didn't close the modal when I go to the next scene. Menu dot close. So we start, we enter the playtest, we go here, we leave, we go to survey, don't need that, we go back to play control test. Interesting. Did this... this needs to be setup test end, continue to survey, load scene, testing menu. That's so weird, that should work. The modal is freezing time, but I don't know if that last bit compiled. Because when I close it, it should resume time. What's the coding interface? As in the language that I'm using or the UI? Oh, the UI is VS Code. Okay, that should work now. We run the game, we pick play control test, we go to the end of the test, we enter, we say go to survey, we close the survey, we click play control test. Timescale still 0. What would be nice actually is to check to see if it's 0 from before we leave. So, I mean, it's surely not getting set to 0. It's 0 now. There is no console in this scene. There's stats. Do I have a... Can I see the timescale? I cannot, but I can see it. Oh, now we're back. So wait, it did work. Did it work? I can't tell. Up through here, leave through there, go to survey, play control test. It works. Okay. So we did fix it. It just needed to compile the script. Okay, that's good. That's really good. Just this level? For the alpha test so far, this is the first level for the test. The game itself is not the alpha test. You won't be able to play the whole game in the alpha. Not chapter 2. I mean, maybe later on in the alpha, I'll be alpha testing quests. But before tests for quests, it'll be like movement, which is what we're doing now. And then it'll be special level and like environment interactions, like springs and things that bounce you around the level, stuff like that. And then enemies, and then zones, and then quests, something like that. So just testing things as I want, as we build out. I drew all the assets myself. Everything in this whole game was hand drawn by me, except for one sprite that I got my brother to do, because we were rushing to get the game ready for PAX. But I might replace that before it's all done. It's a statue of a god, and that god doesn't exist in the game anymore. At least, I don't know if I'll keep them in the game. Yeah, you can see it. It's not half bad. He's pretty good. That was like his first pixel art, and he actually did a really good job of it. So like this statue, although I might have updated some part of it. But yeah, not bad. It's quite an old sprite. It's like very old. Okay, so I wanted to test. Yeah, it does add flavor a little bit. I thought I'd replace it with a different statue of one of the other gods, because the lore has grown a lot since that part. So I'm thinking like, basically there are 4 gods now. And maybe, like, it doesn't really make sense for them to have worshipped that god when they built that statue. Udix Gundyr. Maybe, hey? I'll make it a boss. Okay. So when's the alpha going to release? It's the alpha testing program is kind of semi-open right now. Like, you can play the game on itch.io. There is also a demo. For those of you who don't know, there's a demo for like all of chapter 1, where you could just play like the entire of the game. It's like an hour and a bit of gameplay. That exists. It's been around since 2020. It's an old demo of the game, so it's not really representative of what the game is now, but it's, you know, you get a good chunk of the story. So this modal, I need to fix it. It's okay, but it doesn't really... I think I need a bit more of a... What's the word? I want the system to be more consistent. Because right now, I feel like I'm building the thing over and over again every time I build it. Every time I build something that pops up, I rebuild it. So like ability unlock, this thing here I built not that long ago. And it's just a modal menu. And it should have a canvas group. Yeah, so it should, I believe it fades in over time when you turn it on. Just to make it... Hey, Universal. That's my brother. He's the one who did that sprite. All right, I won't delete it. I won't delete it unless I animate it into a boss that's in a special part of the game. That's the only time. And then you can do all the animations for that boss if you want. Maybe I'll put it in a museum somewhere in the game. Or I'll get you to do the new... I'll get you to update it. Or I'll appropriate it. Maybe I'll make it the Traveler. So there's 4 gods that the human people worship. That I'm toying with. It's like the Worker, the Traveler, the Master, and the... Worker, Traveler, Master... Worker? Traveler, Master, oh, and the Writer, I think. Those are the 4. But I don't know if I'll keep them in. But that's who the Worker is. Or you could call him like the farmer, or like the producer, the provider. The provider. That's this guy. I haven't really spoken about this on stream, but it's basically like he's kind of like the god of like agriculture or whatever. He represents, yeah, like an uplifting kind of like you know, the struggle of life against entropy, right? Cultivating the earth in the face of time. In the face of decay. How'd you learn to code? A little bit of university and a little bit of self-taught. Okay, so yeah, this thing fades in, I think, when we load in the menu. Yeah, I'm actually kind of tired of writing these transitions every time. Also, like the scene switcher. So like when I go to like the title menu, it like fades in and out. And there might be, is there a start coroutine here? There is a start coroutine. So I think my game does not have scene transitions, and maybe it should. Like, you know, like a wipe going from right to left, or something fading out and coming in. Like I should have maybe like a handful of them. So leaving the system, going into the game, going from the game back to the system. Basically, all it would take is for me to replace scene manager.load scene with some other singleton that handles fading out and then fading back in. I do this all the time in game jams. It takes like 25 minutes to set up. And it just makes things a little bit more less jarring, basically. In the game, it's fine because I've got the doors, they fade in and out. But elsewhere, I don't do that. I suppose I could put it inside of the game system. Yeah. So I do have some load scene, reset game instance. And then what's this? Load game. Okay. I'll make a thing called like fade transition and I'll just do it here. So I can do this pretty easily just by migrating some of this functionality from the title menu. So start coroutine, load scene. It's really just this. That's all it really is. But it's more than this, actually. So let's go back to the game system. Prefab. And we've got game system, we've got menu components, and there's not, it's kind of an invisible thing. It doesn't really have a presence in the game as like a, it doesn't have any game object assets, but I might need to create one. So let's take the engine, and I'm sure I've got a thing called fader here. Scene fader, settings fader. Let's call it scene fader. Let's copy this. Take it to game system and paste it in. And let's add it to this thing. Okay. So then we're going to have a couple of options here. So it'll be transition scene. Or even just load scene is probably fine. And then string scene name. Scene, I think it's scene path. Okay, so then we're going to say system dot start coroutine load scene coroutine. Yeah. Okay, so public void load scene coroutine. But it's public I enumerator. And then it's like yield return new wait 4 seconds 1. And then where am I doing this? Hey definitions, how's it going? How do you display the scriptables like that? You are the brackies of pixel art. I mean, brackies is brackies and I'm me. We're two different things, you know? I'd love to take over the legacy. I'd love to make... If I wasn't making Insignia, I would make videos about how to start projects and how to build certain genres of games in Unity or Godot. I'd be like, here's how you make a platformer. You know, I'd be basically just doing what Brackies does. I'd love to do that stuff, but I have other dreams. Okay. So back to the title menu. IEnumerator, static IEnumerator, load scene, yield return new. That's what I'm doing, right? It's like the same thing I just wrote. Yield return new, wait for seconds 1, load scene. Yeah, I can't see why this would be a problem. I don't think it does require an argument. I think it lies. Looks good to me. I think it's lying. Alright. And then, so the first thing we do is we say fader, fader dot fade out. Oh, really? I mean, I'm not really sure what's wrong with my using, which one I should be. I think I need all this stuff. What engine? I use Unity. Hey Kyle. Is my music playlist for streaming? Yeah, it's just Pretzel. It's Pretzel Rocks is the name of the thing. And it's just the chiptune station. That's the whole playlist that I use. You can listen to it. You can listen to it online. System.collections.generic. Yeah, so I mean, then if I don't do that, but then other things will break because I need lists. So then how do I can't believe I've never had this problem. Oh, I need collections and generic. I need both of them. Thank you. Yeah, silly me. That's obvious. I should have known that. So we're going to fade out, we're going to load the scene, then we're going to fade in. That's all that is. So simple. Fade out, wait for seconds, load scene, fade in. Done. So then, back over at our modal, instead of doing scene manager to load scene, we're going to say game system dot load scene test menu, and that is going to call this coroutine, which is going to make that happen over 1 second. Okay, that should be it. I mean, it's not that complicated. I've never run into that, you know. I think because system.collections gets added whenever you create a mono behavior, so I've never had it not added. I must have deleted it at some point. Okay, so let's go back to the title menu. Start the game. Do this. Wait, is the fader set to like on? Is that why I can't see anything? Nope. Is the timescale set to 0? No. So what are we looking at? What is in the way of the game right now? I must have set it to Wumbo. If I turn the UI off, it was that. But what the hell is that? Okay, let's just go through the things and see if we can turn them off until they work. Settings menu? No, I don't think so. Is it settings? No. Scene fader. Okay, why is that broken? Suddenly. Did I do that? Did I tell it to do that? How is that suddenly now a problem? I haven't changed it. I haven't done anything to it. It's so weird, man. Stuff just breaks. I mean, it looks good here. What? Engine, UI, scene fader. If I make this white, no, it's the fader is telling it to be. Oh, do you know what? I might have created this as like a singleton thing. Is there, instead of using serialized field, is there a reason you use the public access modifier to display a variable? Because I'm the only one working on this game, and variable like encapsulation is not really an issue that I have to worry about. And if I want to be able to target something from outside of a script, I don't have to go and set it to public and then do it, or create a get function. It's kind of just like, why not make it public, you know? There's no real reason I shouldn't. If this was like some consumer software that I was making with a team of people, maybe. And once I do have a developer on board, you know, maybe they'll go crazy and want to make everything serialized instead of public, but meh. I don't see the benefit. Okay. Convincing camel. Yeah, that sounds right. So, system fader. System fader is this fader. and fade out. Is this a singleton thing? I don't think there is a singleton. No. So then... what the heck? I'm not even using this, am I? I don't understand. I don't understand why it's not... I didn't change any code that has anything to do with this thing. It works this way. Maybe it's just some weird cosmic bit flip. Like, I don't know. Why is it doing this? Oh, hang on a second. It might have caught scene fader using find, and it might have caught the... I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Does this have a thing called... does it have a spot called scene fader? It doesn't, but I'll just manually map it. It doesn't even need to be static. That's fine. Cosmic Bit Flip would be a killer band name. Do you know what? I learned about a band recently called Teen Jesus and the Gene Teasers, and I love that band name. I think it's one of the most fun names to say. It's excellent. And it kind of works too, like it makes sense. Hello? Ah. Just save myself from having to rewrite that. A bunch of times. Sethsaurus, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry I missed that. No, it doesn't need to be static because the engine is already static. It's just like singletons on singletons here. It's a little bit complicated. Serialized. Very good. All right. So scene fader here, scene fader there. No more game object.find. That's some old code. There we go. We're back. So we'll come up all the way over here. Load this guy in. Go to survey. I mean, who could even know what's happening? But this is gonna go weird because of the order in which that stuff's happening, I think. We go back to the modal. Continue to this. Do this, do this, do this. And then load the scene. That's pretty reasonable, actually. Start coroutine there. Fade out. Do the stuff. Yeah, I don't see why that should be a problem. I mean, was timescale set to 0 just then? Looks like timescale is 0. But why? Oh! You know why? Well, it shouldn't matter. Because this fade... Let's go back to the game engine. No, the game system. And then we will go to the fader. And we'll set its time to unscaled and not fixed. A lot of screaming next door. Don't know what that's about. Something happened. It looked like it did what we were supposed to do. There's no way to make it good, is there? There's just no way. It's coming along. It's coming along. I'm happy. So let's just see now if we can use that in other places. So like in the title menu, rather than using load scene with the start coroutine, let's go game system dot load scene. And just remove this stuff from here. Oops. Okay, so that should have fixed the title scene now. We'll see if it still works. I mean, that looked about right, but I don't know if I trust it. Sup, Sachi? Hey, Isabella, thank you so much for the follow. I mean, it seems like it's doing it. I've removed all the other places where it might be working. Oh, but this is fading out separately. Maybe the fader is not doing what I thought it was doing. I should just remove this altogether. Get rid of that. Ah, it's not actually doing anything. Okay, well, that's good to know. So, scene fader. Oh, because you're off in the middle of nowhere, buddy. Oh, I see. And also, it's not following the camera, this game system component. So this scene fader thing, what I probably should be doing is instead making it a canvas that's in screen space. Maybe I'll do that. Okay. I don't think I need to do that, but that's okay. Let's give it a save. I can make the level bigger. I might. I just don't know, like, it's only supposed to be doing one kind of thing. Maybe I'll make it more open-ended so that the start and the end are really close together. Game Maker 2? Nope, this is Unity. Okay, so for this, instead, we're going to create a new empty called scene fader. And then this is going to have a canvas. It's going to be in screen space overlay. And it's going to have a child component, which is the fader image, which is going to be an image set to none, made to be black. Now, the thing is, this screen space overlay, I guess, oh, if this is a, that's right, we'll make it like this. Yeah, that's better. And then I think the color that we want is more like this color. Yes, perfect. And then on this, we'll put a canvas group. And then this, we really want to go there. And then this can get deleted. And then this goes there. That goes there. This steals the group. Nice. We need the sorting layer. Or actually, do we? Maybe we don't because it's a thing. Okay, well, we'll start with empty. Come back out here. I wish I could hide this gizmo. Look at how big that is. It's so doofy that it's like the whole screen. So dumb. How do I make that not do that? Some values are driven by the canvas. But there's no like scalar? Like it's still, I think it's still massive, right? That really bothers me. That there's this just this like friggin' giant thing. Pixel Pete's last video was on that? Was on what? Canvas scaling? I can set it to screen space camera instead. But I still can't change the size of it. It's still giant in the scene for some reason. I'm happy for it to be overlay, I just don't want it to be... On this exact thing, on the fact that it's like way too big in the scene. Okay. What you got for us, Pete? It's all good. I'll take a quick squiz. Show me the transcript. Nice. Thanks. Thanks, YouTube. What? What is this transcript? Okay, screen space overlay. So it's literally just set it to screen space camera. Okay. I don't really want to do that. But if I have to... It's just that there is no camera for this part of the game. There's no camera for this. So then I have to make it like world space if I really want that. And then I can maybe have it follow the camera around in late update or something. Yeah, that's probably the easiest thing that I could do. Oh, I don't want to do that. Maybe that's okay. Is there any reason you're developing this in Unity? Yeah, because when I started working on this, Godot was like not on the radar as far as games go. More than 5 years, like 6, 7 for this project. So that's why. Okay. Almost there. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, got it. Hey monsters, how's it going? Good to see ya. It's going well. We're currently working on some very, very early playtesting for the game. We're building an alpha build that's playable in the browser. CodeStar Creates says, did you hit any snags when working with Godot on your Game Jam game? Yeah, I hit some big snags. Working with the timeline and working with circular scene references. If you have a packed scene node that's in the same... basically a packed scene node that has a packed scene node that it links to, and that's the same as the first one that you're in, the project will crash. The project will corrupt itself. You won't be able to open the project. And I ran into that at 3 a.m. on the last night of a game jam. It was a lot of fun. I was like, oh, it corrupted the entire project. Great. All right, so game system fader. Where is it? It's there. Okay, it's working. Oh, but this is this actually should be full black. Apply that, and then instead of that being the thing that's not full black, it's the alpha on the group. So when we go here, hey, there we go. But we're still needing to do a bit more than that because obviously there was stuff in front. So we can fix that too, hopefully. Sorting group. Final black. Order in layer. 1 million. Still not enough, huh? Jesus. I really didn't like the timeline implementation for Godot either. Like the way that they have, you know, you want to set up a keyframe, right? And you want to set up just like some sort of, not even a keyframe, just an animation, right? Like you got something going from this to that, and that gets played over the course of the timeline, right? You're just trying to lerp some value or do anything, right? When that finishes, there's no options like there are in Unity to tell it what to do next. So a lot of the time in Unity, when the timeline ends, you basically want the value to revert back to some default, or you want it to stay as is. That stuff, not only are there no options to change what happens at the end of it, but when you save the game, the value that it's currently saved at will get serialized into the scene. So like if you're like previewing a timeline and it's like 56% of the way through the keyframes, and then you press save just because you habitually press save, now that value of whatever 56% was through the lerp, that's how it is in the scene forever until you drag it back and reset the timeline. You literally have to do the be kind rewind. Yeah, you have to like put it all back or create an additional animation parameter that's like that's called like a null or like a, I can't remember what it's called, like a stop default basically. So it's like when you reset, always reset back to this value. It's like an empty animation. It's so dumb. And I get it that if you didn't build some extra special thing that remembers the previously serialized values in the scene while you're editing the timeline, and you don't have a special context that can tell what the user is editing, that it's actually really hard to remember what they were doing. I get that, but Unity does that. Hey, just Manuel. Manu? Just Manu? Hola. Okay, so this... Order in layer, 32,000. Oh, that's an integer, and it's a 32-bit integer. Or whatever. It's an integer that has a max value of 32. Okay. Which means now I need to go make sure that my... Oh, shoot. UI. Apply. Wait a second. What? Why is this... What? Oh, I just didn't even do that at all. Okay, let's see if that works. Hey, there we go. That's a little blue, isn't it? And I don't like how it pops back in like that. I don't know why it's doing that. should be fading in, and fading in override becomes true. So we go from base value to 0. Reset animation. Maybe I could just say fade 1 0. True. How do that? Gosh. Well, because the overlay canvases in Unity take up the entire like scene. They go too big. Oh, it does fade in. Ah, but it must be I think we need to do like an on scene loaded. Just put a little flag there so that only when the scene's loaded does it try to fade back in. Eh. Huh? What? Oh, is that static? No. What the heck? What's the problem? Field not found in bool? Could not find field in class? I've never seen that before. I couldn't tell you. I don't know what's going on. Weird. What is this? Field not found. Missing field exception. Do I need to just recompile the thing? Is that why? Some hot reload nonsense. Whoa, am I stuck? Hang on a sec, pals. I feel like I miss the YouTube chat sometimes. It just like doesn't connect to YouTube chat. Okay, now I'm connected. So weird. Hey everyone on YouTube, how's it going? Hopefully you're all well. Yo, is Lazy Guru in the chat? I don't think so. If he is, I need to mod him. He's not around. All right. So, I think we're close. I can see that, Kyle. How's it going? Okay, it was just a thing. But it still doesn't do the thing that I want it to. Interesting. So. Oh, he might not be in tonight. Got it. Okay, let's go game system, fader image. Let's, is there a less, oh, there is like a less blue gray that I can set it to. Let's set it to that. That's better. But I'm really bugged that it's, oh, that was nice. That faded in. Wait, but that'll always fade in, right? That's just how that works. I could make it happen on the, like, not unscaled time. That way it'll fade. I don't want it to do that though. See how it's like, it is fading in. Sorry, pals. Sorry. It is fading in, but only if I step through the application. Yeah, they let you stream on whatever you want now. They let you do anything. When you're a celebrity. I'm sorry, everyone. That was a little... That's a dark reference. Hey, Radio Rec, welcome. Do you know what? I'm just gonna say it's done. I don't care. It works. I'm sure it'll work better. We can try to see if it works better on the WebGL. Fixes. Fade. Transition. Global. Adds global fade transition. Sure. Good enough. And then let's go ahead and push that guy to the cloud. Yeah, you got to do it. If you have decent bandwidth, you could probably stream to 2 places at once, but I use Restream for that. It's like $200 a year, which is not cheap, but I have found that it's kind of paid for itself already. I've noticed that the YouTube audience, at least in my case, is pretty substantial. It's like the same as my Twitch audience. So if you make any revenue from Twitch, you can expect that to sort of be duplicated once you start streaming on YouTube. At least for me in the first week, that's what I've noticed. But looks like YouTube's a little lower today than it was yesterday, and yesterday was a little lower than the previous day. So I guess there might be some initial excitement around me streaming on YouTube that's dying down a little. Okay, so There were other things that I wanted to add to this. Am I working full time? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, right now, YouTube's at like 110 viewers and Twitch is at 160. So it's not quite double, but YouTube tends to start off stronger and then die out, whereas Twitch grows over time. I think it must be a browsing thing. I guess because on Twitch, I'm at the top of the category for game dev. I do have quite a few followers. 200 now. 200k. And some. So there's this little error that I've noticed. This little bug. It's quite annoying. And it happens only sometimes. Sometimes you can jump in such a way that you get stuck right on the edge of something. It's like right... It's like so minor when it happens, but when it happens, you'll know it. And you'll just sort of hang there. It's like, I'll need to create... I got this thing called the test cannon. I'll whip it out. So this thing, le test canon, you basically create a little vector and it should have a gizmo. Does not have a gizmo? Come on, man. Did I not? Oh no, I don't have a length for it. Okay, so now we can go up and be like, okay, I'm going to shoot it so that Armin hits exactly that edge, but it might need to be like that to get his foot to touch it. Okay, ready? All right, maybe we move it to somewhere a little less grounded. Maybe like here. So you see, he like always follows that path now. It's not like perfect. But it happens like, yeah, I don't know if the only way to do it is by holding the like left analog stick to like run at the ledge, and like basically what happens is he kind of like let me check Figma. I'll show you. I can draw it. I just can't explain it with words. All right, so like here's the ledge, here's the player character, and that's like the body. What happens is if you hit the ledge like that, like that, what will happen is he'll kind of like not fall, but he also won't be on top of the ledge. So he'll just sort of hang there in free fall, right at that ledge. I think as long as you're holding, like right on the stick, it'll do that. It's really, really annoying, and I don't know if it's very easy to replicate. What I can do is I can actually turn Armin's player control off. And I can make it so that he's always holding right on the analog stick. And then we can fire the test cannon and see if it works that way. I think it mustn't do anything if you're already grounded when I call it. Must be two different conditions there. Hey, Torix. Oh wow, good luck. So it's not that. I guess it's maybe a little higher. Let's turn off the platform camera. And show gizmos on Super Collider component on it's the composite. Oh, it is showing. Okay. But now I won't be able to fire the cannon. That's too high. Ooh, had a bit of something there. That seemed to be okay. It's every ledge. I mean, that seems fine. It might be at a certain angle of like approach. Ah, we got it. Frame rate issues on Super Tile to Unity. I don't know. I haven't had those issues. How many tiles have you got going on? Okay, so it's happening right now. We found it. I'll have to remember these values. So what's going on here? What's his velocity? Does he have one? No. So he's like straight up locked. That sucks. Okay, let's have a look at his nav collider. It's like that. And then the geometry. This isn't paused. This is actually what's happening right now. Nav collider, and then where was the terrain? There. Oh, look at that. Jeez Louise. That just looks like we got skewered. Now, this is an awkward one because I added this little cutaway. I added it to avoid problems like this to do with approaching at a weird angle and starting a wall slide early or something like that. I might just take it away because I'm not actually sure. I'm not actually sure I need this. The issue was something to do with, oh, it was something to do with the wall slide. Yeah, because technically he was touching the ground. You know what? I'm just going to remove it because it doesn't look right. It feels like a hack. And I don't want to assume that I need the hacks. So let's go back to tiled. It's awkward. It's awkward for sure. And then let's come over here. And I'm just going to... I hate this, but... This will take a little while to import now. But I think those are the only two tiles that are like that. What's going on there? Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to worry about here. So I'm just going to save that and then watch this all re-import immediately. Oh, I shouldn't have pressed that button. Oh no, I needed that. I did it. I literally did it. I need to know the values of the cannon, but also the position of the cannon. Anybody feel like rewinding? I hope, you know, it might ignore my mouse click. It might not unpause it. Hey, Biodigital Jazz, welcome, welcome. You grabbed it? Thank you. I saw that you wrote that down, but those were there were two values. There was the trajectory and there was the position. This is Unity, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so now that's like that. I guess we could just test a couple things now. We want to check out the wall stuff. I don't have any walls that you can slide down that are going to cause this problem, I don't think, that I was trying to solve originally, like before this problem. Yo, Dav, thank you so much. So, okay, let's set this up again. 7.27. 0.406. And then what were the values that we had? 1.67 and then 3.07. Okay. And then we had Almond turned off for the player input so that it's not tracking my thing. And then X directions holding to the right. And then ready, aim, fire. Well, it didn't do it that time. He seems okay now. We could just try it a few times. I mean, seems right. But there might be other scenarios now where it happens. I think my ledge stumble system is probably going to fix this from ever needing to happen. It looks pretty good to me. Oh, you changed the vector? Okay, let me fix it up again. I'll reset it. Okay, I gotta do all that stuff again though. So, get ready. Turn this off. Make him want to go right. Okay. And then the cannon was, we need the cannon's position and its vector. So the vector was 1.28, 3.1. And then back here we had 7.27 and 0.406. Oh, damn it. No good. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Okay. We try again. I still think it was a good move to fix that. But I'm glad that we went back and checked. So, what a precise collision. How am I going to test this? How am I going to catch this issue? Do I need this to be rounded? So the way that I try to do this, the way that this is supposed to work is he's not supposed to have rounded colliders when he's in the air. It's only supposed to be rounded when he's on the ground. So this should be a rectangle, not a rounded thing. Now, well, that's controlled here in self-awareness. Radius. Update nav collider size. This is happening, what, every frame? On fixed update. So, the radius is either you're grounded and it's 2, or it's 1. Let's make this not 1, but 0. Completely nothing. Huh, I just fixed it. Did you see that? Live, like in real time, it just did it. Let's fire the cannon again though and see what happens. Hooray for hot reload. So you kind of bounce a little. Sometimes you slip, sometimes you don't. I don't love that little jolt moment, but I think we can also fix that a different way. I think we can make the stumble box include that, so that if he hits the ground while he's doing that, he just stumbles up onto the ledge. So the reason why that's not currently working is because the stumble box is a little higher, I think. So let me see if I can find it. This is the ledge check. Here's the stumble box. See how it's quite up beyond his feet? If I bring it down to exactly where the base of the thing is, maybe even an extra little bit lower, we'll see how that feels. Okay. Let's try it out. I mean, that feels good to me. Yeah, I think it's okay. It's a little snappy, but it's not bad. Okay. And now we try it with the cannon to see if the same issue gets replicated. So we turn this off, make him go right, and then fire the cannon a couple times. Yeah, that solved it. It's really just a question of if you find this a problem. So he's up here, he's approaching the ledge, and he kind of like snaps down and does a normal get up. In another world, what I might want to do, like what I think could be even better than this, is rather than snap him down, just put him on the ledge. Just like nudge him over so that he ends up on the ledge and just continues normally. I feel like the stumble is a little a little much, but maybe I did have a plan to scale the stumble so that you get less of a stumble the more closer to the ground you start. So here, like, I mean, he's pretty close to the edge of the level. Like, that's the collider, so it's where this green line starts. Like, he's probably not going to make it. I just make him stumble up. What would you say is the best tip for beginners to get better at pixel art? Know what you're trying to make. That's the best tip. Know exactly what you're trying to make. And that might be to have a goal to get to a certain point. It might not just be to make a specific sprite. But if you have a goal, then you can measure your progress against that goal. And you'll have a target area to research. If you just say pixel art, like, I'm not great at every possible pixel art thing. I'm good at the things that I want to be good at. You know? And typically that's because, like in my case, I've got a game that I'm making. And the skills that I need from a pixel art perspective, I'm sharpening to hone towards making that specific game. Okay, so now ledge control. When we enter the ledge control, he does the ledge stumble. And here we set up all jump point, we face the ledge. We say the position is... Oh, I'm just locking the position at the moment. Maybe... Yeah... Maybe it's too much. I'll just push him up another pixel. I don't know. So now where's his little ledge feet? So it's 22. And I think 20 is probably the way to go. Or even 18, but push this to 23. 23.19. Negative 23.18. I mean 0.18. Stumbling on everything. Okay. Howdy, Saves the Queen. How's it going? Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. No complaints there. And we're not getting false positives. If he's definitely going to make it, he doesn't snap. Uh-oh. Did you see that? I think I saw something bad. Uh-oh. What is that? That is us landing on top of the ground terrain that we can slide on. Wait, what? Wait a second. Oh no, hang on. There is the walls. Collision. Oof. We're sitting on the wall. How are we not getting pushed out of this? How are we overlapping with the ground, but not getting forced out of it? Yuck. What the hell? Do you know what? We could probably fix this by reintroducing the rounding. Since we fixed the ledge mechanic a different way. Okay, let's see if that fixes that. Yeah, it fixed it. Okay. It's always some cocktail of settings. It's always something. No, what happened was I jumped like this and I hit the edge. So he was sliding down and he collided with the top. Okay, well this looks pretty good now. Do you want to test it? You guys can stress test it. All right, well, I think we'll take a break and we'll run an ad. Oh, mods on YouTube. Could you ask or check to see whether the ads are actually running on YouTube? Just a little test. So what I'll do is I'll open up GitHub. And I didn't get any ads. Hang on. I'll let this run so you guys can watch the build get created. And when it's done, when you see all green, you'll be able to play it. I won't be gone that long. But, all right. So I'll just push it off to the side for you. You can enjoy that. And I'll see you in a little bit. Okay. Hi, pals. Be right back. Let me know, maybe in Discord mods, if the ads don't run. But also just like ask. So if you're in YouTube and you don't see an ad, say so in the chat and then we'll get mods to do something. Or if you do see an ad, say so in the chat. Mods will record it and send it to me. Okay? All right, see you in a bit. Sorry, I just realized it's not coming through. It's definitely not coming through on Twitch, the ads. I mean, if there's ad block, it's all good, but okay. Oh, we did run the ad. On Twitch, at least. I don't know. See, in a bit. No ads. Okay, interesting. So if I press this button, nothing happens. Good to know. Good to know that the Stream Deck doesn't work. Okay. See you in a bit. Yo, we're back. What's this argument going on right now in chat about, is it, I bet you it's, oh, we finished. I bet you it's about tablet versus mouse. But I'm not going to get into it because I don't need to be a part of that. Oh, we're still deploying. Wow, Juicebox Hero. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm sorry that I missed you. Yeah, I didn't see it. Welcome, everybody. How will I decide without your input? I don't know. You just have to not decide. You have to use your tongue to do pixel art instead. I knew it would work on the web build. What is that music? What was that? Hang on a second. Okay, it sounds okay now. It sounded way off in the background there. It sounded super off key. This is a solo project so far. Hey, A Link's Past. A Link's to the Past. There is a password. It's Indie Tales in one word. Capital letters for Indie and Tales. Okay, so for those of you who are playing this or are interested in playing this, go give me some feedback. What I'm looking for feedback on is, for the most part, just input on the The movement, the player movement, how does it feel? What about the camera? Let me write it in chat for you. Yeah. Probably shouldn't have made escape the button, but oh well. Oh, what I'd like you to also test, just as an aside, is if you can change the controls and then remap them. I mean, I can test that myself. So menu, return, done, leave, 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 leave. Refresh the page. Nah. Didn't save. The audio settings are broken, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know why, but on the WebGL version, it doesn't do anything. Is this Silk Song? Yeah, so I'll actually... I mean, you can mute the tab if you go to mute site, which is what I'll be doing for now. And then it crashes here for some reason. That's not what I want. Memory access out of bounds. What does that even mean? Unused serialized files, unused assets to reduce memory, incompatible delegate types. I don't know what that is. No idea. Do you have no exceptions enabled in the settings? Maybe. Maybe I do. Okay. Well. Yeah, the volume controls on WebGL don't work for some bizarre reason. They just don't. I don't know why. They work in the game. I can prove it to you. So why does that do nothing in WebGL? Oh, thank you, internet. I can't get the game to go past player control test. Oh, you might need to click that with your mouse. Oh, sorry, definitions. You tried the mouse? Wait, it doesn't work? I'm using Chrome. You guys can't do this? Wait. Maximize the game to full screen. If it's not in full screen, it's kind of it gets rendered in the bottom left-hand corner for some weird reason. So you have to click where it would be in full screen. I don't know why it's doing that. We'll have to put that on the to-do list. We'll fix that. Sup, string bats? Wait, drop. Why did I set that to that? Oh, I guess. Did I want that to say that? No, I wanted that to say ledge get up, I think. Well, I have to fix that. Lol. Wow. Okay, my bad. I'll fix it. It didn't always say drop. It's on stream, you're a blob. What happened to your RPG string bats? Hey, Shady. So Warner, with the game, yeah, what I have is when you jump, see this red curve? That is like a low sample version of what the actual jump curve is. But you can see it's not what you'd think. It's not just applying some velocity. It's like this. And I basically hold the arc a little bit longer. So he jumps up quite quickly and then holds for a bit and then gets dropped off. Hey, Joe. Lazy. One sec. I will make you a mod. Be right back. The sound works. The sound works, but the sound controls don't work. That's the issue that we're having at the moment. You're in. Okay, we're good. All right. So, yeah, I mean... There are still some bits and pieces that aren't great. Oh, that's actually fine. Sometimes the camera feels a bit jarring. Yeah, so we have a little bit of... There are some things that I need to fix about the camera. Faster horizontal movement. Yeah. So this is basically where genre gets a bit muddled here, because I want the player to not be able to outrun enemies. So I don't really want it to feel like it's Celeste or Meat Boy. I want it to feel like it's fluid, but not like you have like tons of, like it's not Sonic the Hedgehog, you know? I even wonder if the jump is too high, to be honest. I found a way to make Armin almost teleport up a platform. Well, feel free to post in the feedback if you want to. I can address it now, but you have to be able to describe what it is. Yeah, okay. This is something that I will change today, and this is the roll condition. So right now, rolling happens when you hold the run button without pressing a direction. So I'm holding sprint, and then I press a direction after that. That's a roll. It's probably not great. It also happens if you're running and you tap the roll button. If you tap it, he'll roll. If you don't tap it, if you just hold it, so I start running and I hold it, he'll sprint. So this, I think I'm going to get rid of. I think the roll, I'll just put on a different button. Attack to extend the jump is super weird. You don't like that? The game's going to have so much combat in it. There's so much combat-based platforming in this game that stalling is kind of like the main... It's like the main thing that you do in this game. It's like the whole game is built around that. So if you don't like it, I'm sorry. There's a couple of things. So let me like take him down. One is like bumping your head on stuff is not great. Let's put it in a little list. Can Armin have a gun? So bumping head on stuff is bad. You can get up a ledge facing the wrong direction, which you guys didn't mention, but it's true. Oh yeah, roll. Remove the roll. I just need to remove it. It's just bad. That's the first thing I should do. It's just not, it shouldn't be there. I tried it. That's it. It's gone. No more rolling. Okay, hang on. Buffered roll tap equals false. Roll out of run is false. It's just going away. Mostly self-taught, but I did go to university. What do you think? Do you think that the role should be there optionally? Should I wait to do the review until the next push? Maybe. Yeah, you like the role. It was strange being tied to run. When he lands from a jump, he instantly goes into idle instead of the crouch first. The crouch is based on the height. If you jump from a really high height, he goes into the crouch. If you jump normally, he just stands. Menu toggle on or off. Let's leave it off for now. The roll, I need to implement it in a way that works. So right now, if you drop from a high height, you can see here. If I go from like up here, he does a bit more of a crouch. But if I jump normally, he just stands. Do you do async loading or do you load? I load different scenes one at a time. Are there small platforms that you have to roll on to enter? Not currently. Rolling is more of a combat defensive maneuver. You'll miss it when you need to fight enemies. That's the only thing. There's another one that I'd love to get a poll on, and we could do this. We could do this maybe later. I might put it in a later test. Hey, Bankshot Zombies, thank you so much for the resub. If you start running, should you sprint until you let go of the direction? So if I start sprinting, should I only have to tap sprint once and then he stays doing this until I either change direction or press like let go? Someone suggested that, and I don't hate it. You can set a toggle option. Yeah, maybe a toggle's fine. Once till you repeat the press. That should be a control setting. Hold to roll. Hold to run. Yeah, okay. We can think about that. So remove the roll. Check. Toggle run. Toggle sprint. Option. That's more of a maybe. This I have to fix, man. Is there a way to turn down the music? Do you know what? Oh, you weren't sprinting, Warner. Oh, okay. Sorry. Did I not put the sprint in the settings? Run left and right. Jump. Sprint while running. Oh, I've put it lower. Because you won't, what I did was you won't make this jump. So I put it down here. But maybe it's a little out of the way, that. All right. I'm going to lower the sound, but I don't think it's going to matter. The bass sound. We can try it. I'll push a new build now. Just why not? Oh, I see. Keyboard controls are a bit sluggish, but with a controller, it's really smooth. That's a bit weird. The keyboard I didn't notice a sprint option. The animation speed doesn't feel like it syncs to the movement speed. The walk animation looks like it should move forward at the run speed. I don't know if I agree with you. I think the run speed looks pretty right to me. And I wouldn't... I mean, I can slow this down, but I don't think I really want to. The walk feels too slow. Now we're talking about different things. We're talking about the animation. The suggestion was that the walk animation is too fast, or like the stride is too long. One of those two for the speed that you move horizontally. That was the suggestion. I don't know if I agree with that. I think it feels slow, but I think it should feel slow. Consider, I think the issue here has more to do with the fact that you guys are seeing a zone where you're exploring, but in a house like this feels normal to me. Like when you're in an interior and you're just walking around talking to NPCs and stuff, like you kind of don't really want to be like, this feels very fast because the camera's in a little closer. It's almost jarring. Like the camera is almost too fast for the motion is too fast to track if you're in an interior at this speed. And this is the same speed. It just feels faster because the camera's in a little further. And if we go, even if we go to an outside scene where there is like a town setting, like this one, I think that the normal run speed, the essentially the jog speed is, you know, I think it's fine. I think it feels about right. For the distance that you move, I think it feels good to me. But I really need to fix this sprite. Okay, this is too big. The entire town is one sprite. Okay. Don't worry about that. That's not part of the game right now. We're focusing on this for now. So let's focus on... Feels like he's walking on ice. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think if you look that close at any pixel art game, you might feel that way. But I don't think he's walking on... I don't think it looks that way. Really? Like, you think here he looks like he's like sliding around? I can make him lean forward a little. I can reanimate that a little bit. Anyway. No, the attack button is a different button. It's a dash forward if you walk and press attack. That's right, triple fudge. Wait, after I slash midair, ledge grab. Do you think that... Yeah, do you think that ledge grabs should reset that? That's a good question. I might let you do that. Oh, that shouldn't happen. Yeah, I actually agree with you. I think ledge grabs should reset grounded. I agree. That was a really good catch. Yeah, that was really good. Yep. Yep. Because it's what you're describing is Smash Brothers. Your up B resets when you grab a ledge in Smash. So based on precedent, I think it works. Okay, let's have a look. Hello, keyboard. Hello. Okay. Nice, I got it. That didn't work though. Hang on. It reset the air combo, but not everything else. The ledge getup is it's too sensitive now, I feel. Okay, I'll reset it elsewhere as well. Sword combat. Sword behavior. Refresh air attacks. Okay. That might just work straight out the gate. Okay, so we can do up, grab the ledge, do up. Yeah, it works. That is so annoying. That little, I'm taking it away. Why is that happening? I thought I fixed that yesterday. That's really bothersome. Check, grab, and stumble is... Okay. We're allowed to stumble if the last ground that we were standing on is lower than the current ground, so that's not true. If we are traveling upwards, or if the ban is lifted. Well, which of that is true? Coming from lower ground was true. I don't think this is right. Why does the camera move vertically when walking over a bridge? Okay, I can explain that really quickly. Do you mean that very slight little dip? What you're looking at is the fact that I think the camera is ignoring the bridge and it's looking at the ground below to see if you can reach it. A lot of people have been saying there are aspects of those things that make them, that feel nauseating. Yeah, these things are looking down. That actually shouldn't be doing that. This and this and this. It's interesting though how subtle. I mean, it's you guys. We're talking about like a couple of pixels. The camera's dipping, but I guess that's really important to some people. So okay. So hang on a second. It looks like they're getting cast out from like further down from his body. So radial cast distance. Ray arrays equals determine trajectory points. Rotate vector. Vector 2 dot right. Oh. Maybe like that. Nope. That doesn't sound right. Rotating vector from there times radial cast distance. Unless I say this is wait, start position is 0. So what the heck? That's a little rough for me. I don't really know how to fix that. Because look at this distance that these are cast outwards. I don't know what's causing that distance. 0 is the start point here, and 0 is where he is. So then, is it? Oh, it's ignoring the first trajectory point. Huh. If I make this 15, does that change it? No. If I make it, oh, that's so interesting that it doesn't actually start at the start. So then this is wrong. Points I equals pos, and pos, so we should say point count plus 1. Start it. Because the first points should be 0, or the P start position. Oh no, it is doing that. Point 0 equals P start position. Okay. So if I start I at 1, that won't override, which means that's it? Oh. Oh, okay. Well, maybe that fixes it. Okay. Oh, but it does dip down still. What's happening there? Oh, I mean, it dips down because it starts hitting the top of the thing here. So the way that this works, and maybe there's some more intelligent stuff I have to do here, but the way that this works is a bunch of those blue raycasts that have gravity get sent out in all different directions. The average contact point of those blue raycasts, so see this tip here, and there, and there, and there, and there, etc. Those points are, the average of those points is this red circle, basically. So what it's doing is it's looking down as we approach this, because this point is hitting there. Can you try with the upper bridge? Well, that shouldn't happen anymore. I mean, it's a little bit of moving. Yeah. I think that maybe it's so crazy because I don't notice this stuff at all. Should the upward traces ignore platforms? So the idea behind this is to follow the action. I mean, that's what it's supposed to do. So here, like, it's starting to look up because there's no ground down here. All of the points are hitting the wall. So if you like figure it in this situation, it starts, the rays start to see inside this thing, right? As we walk in, and then the camera starts to like descend down into the room, right? So it's behaving as expected. And especially look what happens when we reach the edge of this, right? As we reach the edge, the camera really starts looking down, which is exactly what you would expect to do in a platformer where you want to know what's down there, right? It's like, is there any ground down there? See ya! Is there any ground down there? Camera looks down. Specifically in this context where there actually is ground down there. I mean, I can see it on my screen. You can't see it on yours, but like, it's like, oh yeah, there's ground down there. Let's have a look. I think the problem here is that the averaging logic is too... It's not decisive enough. It's not being like, hey, we're looking here. It's constantly looking somewhere, and you can't mentally preempt where that somewhere is supposed to be. So it's nauseating. That's why you're getting motion sickness, I think. Hey, Ashley, thank you so much. Like, why is it looking, you know, is it going to look up here or is it going to look down here? It might look down a little bit because there's rays going to hit the ground here. It might look up a little bit because some of them might hit this. So I can see why, I can totally understand why it's a little confusing. And I think instead, what it probably should do is like pick a thing and look at it. Yeah, or a buffer. Like what's nice about it now is that it's constantly, if you're running fast, it's basically just framing the action like a person. But there is something for sure that's weird about this, like jumping up and then having it go up and then down as you approach this. And even as you turn around, the way it like looks down and up and down. It is weird. I get it. I get it. You can't control the camera angle. I mean, what we're talking about is a system that's trying to be automated. So you controlling it would be the opposite of what it's supposed to be doing. Can you push this version to the alpha so I can retest it? I have done. Yeah, it's pushed. It should be up. We refresh the page. This version shouldn't have the rolling. Oh, you mean without the things going through the bridge? That I do need to push. But I haven't updated one other thing, which is that ledge stumble that I'm trying to fix. So just give me a bit. Let's update this. Fixes some trajectory platform camera rays passing under Armin's feet. So ledge control, we're talking about this thing. So what I really want to know is if I'm gonna have to fake it, or not fake it, I'm gonna have to like force it. All right, so I'm gonna try to do this like this. Play input control. Okay, as he goes off the ledge, we're going to flip the direction. Try again. Bit more space maybe. Okay. Left now. Clear this. Ban lifted. Wow. That was more than 0.3 seconds? Wow. That's very fast. That didn't feel like 0.3 seconds. Is it every second time? When you crouch under the camera, huh? When you crouch under, the camera moves up? No. This is hard. It's hard to test. This is not for web, but the alpha is available on the web. The alpha test is web-based. The game itself is not for the web. That's going to be too far, I think. Oh, that's okay. So that's okay. That's allowed to happen like that. So that's normal. That. Last ground lower than current. How can that be the case? Oh, you got an accent redemption. Oh, how long ago was that? I haven't seen that at all. Streamlabs isn't collecting those. I feel really bad. I'm really sorry. Let me grab that. You know, I'm such a goof. The stream manager activity feed, I was supposed to pop that out. Sorry, this is what happens when you've got a new setup. It's not currently automated when I start up the stream, so I forget because I never had to use it in the past. I no longer have like the default stream like Twitch chat, I'm using like Restream because I'm posting to 2 different places now. YouTube and Twitch. It must be Crimson. Yeah, I think so. Okay. First of all, big thank you to Sanksum for the most recent sub. Thank you so much, Sanksum. Extremely Australian. Do you know what? I did see that, but I didn't see it as a redemption. It just looked like a comment. Sorry, Kyle. Restream doesn't have the messaging attached to the messages. It's just got like the text that you sent. So I just thought you said extremely Australian for no reason. Okay. Extremely Australian. Fair enough, mate. I reckon what we're gonna try to do is figure out how this thing's bloody going in the first place. Now, the issue that we've probably figured out at this point is mostly got to do with the fact that this here character is actually becoming grounded after he falls off the ledge. And the point he's getting grounded at is like way lower than the start point. Now, that's probably because of the way that like we just changed what the touch point is. Yeah. So like basically the edges are totally different from what they were before. If you check, before we had these ground ledges as being like angled away from the start here. They were like that. So there was actually nothing you could hit into here. But then we changed it later on in the stream to make it more of a flat edge. Now, that's considered ground. So when he touches it, he's going to be touching the ground lower than where he was standing. No good, eh? Doesn't make any sense. Sounds the same. So that's, I reckon, the issue. Yeah, you can even see it when we do that, eh? That's basically the problem manifest. This is democracy manifest. So let's have a look, eh? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. That is probably considered touching the ground like here. But, mate, how are we going to figure that out? Sorry, I don't know, man. That guy from the YouTube video, a Chinese meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Ah, yes. I see you know your judo well. Right. So, this has got to be, maybe we give it a bit more of like a buffer. Basically, we just add 0.16f to this value, and instead, you'll have to go a little bit higher to make it work. That's essentially how it's going to go. Oh, it's looking like it's not doing it though. It's looking like it's still working. It can't be traveling upwards first. Right? It's got to be band lifted. So maybe the band needs to be a little longer. 0.4 seconds? That's so long. That's almost half a second. All right. No more Australian accent. But he just did it then. He just did it then. It wasn't, I don't think it was the ban. I don't think that was the issue. Oh god, how am I going to catch this bug? I could break when one of them's true. But it's always going to do it. How about I break and then clear the debug console only when you enter the state? Okay. That's better, I think. Or maybe I should clear it. Before posting any of these. So it's just constantly being cleared. Wait, it's not doing that anyway? It's not doing that at all? Okay, well that doesn't work. But I should be able to check the last thing that we did by just having the game break when we enter, no matter what. That was it there. That was it there. And then don't collapse it. Traveling upwards. Not that time. Not that time. Not that time. It tends to be like maybe the first time we do it. Ay, ay, ay. It's hard. Because it works most of the time. I'm just going to start it fresh. Nope. But then in that case, what does it matter? Maybe I can check it like after we enter. That way it won't, I don't have to break it. I mean, that's all pretty good to me. Whoa, traveling upwards. How? Traveling upwards? How are we physically traveling upwards? How is that possible? Character velocity is greater than 0? How is that possible? Unless we're checking too late. Like he's already moving up. But then you would think that you would see it every time. That was it. Ban lifted? No. Traveling upwards. What the hell? Traveling upwards? I mean... Then maybe we just make the upward threshold a little more? Greater than 0.1? So weird. Actually... I want to know what that number was. What actual value are we talking about here? Do you know what it must be? Point? That's fine. It looks fine to me now, but I know I can make it work. You just have to clip the ledge. No, I mean, it looks good now. That's annoying because I didn't change any of the logic really. If I can't make it happen on command, then maybe I just let it go. Yeah, I'm letting it go. What's the purpose of the scriptables tab? Hey Dave, thank you so much. Thanks for watching, Dave Churchill. The scriptables tab is for me to create scriptable objects on command. It just lets me make them. So like if I'm making stories, it's like I'm going to be making a lot of character sequences and a lot of quest flags. So I just have a handy little tab. Let me click them. That's fair. Yeah, the jump off wall should probably be this should probably be like something that appears down here maybe, as well as there. I appreciate that. That's really good feedback. Found another issue, kind of hard to explain, but on the sprint while running section, if you jump onto the ledge which you shouldn't be able to reach on top of, you just kind of slip onto the top of the ledge. You kind of slip onto the top of the ledge. If you jump... Are you talking about being able to do this? If you... the bridge that tells you to jump through before the wall climb, once you do drop down, if you jump onto the ledge which you shouldn't be able to reach the top of, are we talking about this ledge? What ledge are we talking about? This? You don't want to be able to do that? That's actually the ledge get up. What it is, and maybe I should require you to... This is kind of a philosophical thing, and I don't know what the answer should be. Right now, I've got like a parkour mindset. So if I jump at it and I don't press anything, you just hang from it. If you're holding forward, the assumption is you're trying to get up onto the ledge. So I just give you a little boost. But maybe it plays a little fast. It does feel jarring. That's not quite right, is it? I think it's because you go from... Maybe I need to give you like an extra like 0.1 of a second. Just a couple beats. So this is the line that we're talking about. Yeah. I should make it so that you have to finish the animation before you do it. If I just cancel this out. Then it won't work. Now you have to press forward now to do it. I actually like that. I like that. Do you know what? I think it's fine as it is right now. So if you were going to stumble onto the ledge, you can just stumble up. But if you were too low, such that you need to do the grab, you get locked and then you have to press forward again to get up. Or the jump button. Same. Yeah, I like it. I think you're right. The other thing that I'm trying to do now is... Yeah, I think that's fine. I want you to be able to snap onto these ledges quite easily. And maybe I shouldn't let you stumble back up them at all. Maybe it should be quite a long time. No, it wouldn't have fixed my other issue, but it is good. So fixes, removes ability to get up, to skip ledge, grab with get up. Okay, I'll push that. So the way it actually works is if you're coming from above and your knees hit the thing, you stumble up. But if it's basically if your knees hit it, you stumble up. But if your hand hits it, you grab onto it. That's the logic that you guys need to think about. Okay, so was there any other major thing that we wanted to do? The bumping head on stuff is really annoying. Hang on, I fixed some other stuff too. Fixed ledge interactions. Added the tutorial. Added additional wall climb prompt. Oh yeah, fixed some camera nonsense. Oh, by the way, pals, tonight is going to be a bit of a later stream. We've got most of the night to ourselves. So I might be here for a while. Cool. So the bumping head on stuff really bothers the crap out of me. It bothers the patootie out of me. I'm going to push this now for you guys who are watching and being engaged so that you can enjoy that change. My tools setup. I don't have a video on it really. No, I do use VS Code though. Slagato, thank you so much for the follow. And Sorcerer, thank you so much for the sub. Sorry, I missed that message. All right. Oh, I see. That's going to show up here when it finishes. We can actually catch it. Right? If I push that? Or have I already pushed? I hope it doesn't push twice. That would be really annoying, wouldn't it? Cool. Okay. Do you have a video on your tool setup? Yep, already answered that. Okay. So the head bumping thing is the thing that's most annoying for me. That just grinds my gears. What is that? Is it a friction thing? It's got to be, right? It's just that it should be, his head should be slippery, but it's not. Huh. Fair enough, convincing Campbell. Some of that stuff I'm happy to let people, you know, if you want to get around it, it's okay. It's just an alpha zone. And even if that was the case in the real game, it's fine. It's fine. Like, if you're smart, good on you. Does this return the component? Yeah. Wait. Nav collider dot. It's not. Is it not called physic material? Is there not a thing called physic material? Is it really shared material? Oh, that is a physics material. Okay. Let's see if we fixed it. Well, was that a bit weird? Yay, we fixed it. It is literally just the friction. Oh my god. Oh, that's so much better. Except for the ability to do that. That shouldn't be done. Whoop. Bouncing off of slopes. It's not a bug, it's a feature. I don't think so, pals. So, two ways to get around this. Either we make it so that there is no slope, or we deaden his... No, we just fix the horizontal velocity. Change the friction while in the air? No, we wanted... The whole point was that we want... I just fixed it so that he can bump his head and keep going at the speed he's supposed to be going at. We just did that. So it can't be that, because we need the friction. Like, we want to be able to do this, right, without anything bad happening to us. Like, that's feeling great now. It's just the slopes give you speed. Like that. Oh, really? You can get caught onto a fall? Really? Is that with the new build, or is that the old build? I don't think the new build's out yet, is it? Wait for the new build. That might fix that. I just don't get why we want to bump our heads. What do you mean why we want to? I'm saying there'll be times in the game where the ceiling is low. What should happen? No, the new build hasn't finished yet. That's right. His velocity is getting... Well, he's not getting kicked out of his jump, and his jump pushes him up. And in physics world, up plus diagonal goes across. So I can make it... Look, every now and again you're going to have an upward velocity and you're going to hit something. So that's it's not change the level design to fix this broken system. It's change the system. I can check if he bumps his head, and I can basically kill his horizontal speed if No, because there are other things, like there are abilities that you can get that launch you upwards that aren't the jump. So it needs to be a global thing. It's not just Armin's jump action. That's not the only thing that can move you upwards. You know what I mean? So this is also bad. We shouldn't be able to do any of that. So it needs to be something that says you cannot either remove slopes on ceilings or I do something about, or I just replace Unity's physics altogether. He made his head slippery, but less slippery than now. No, I want full slippery. I want full slippery. This is perfect. I can just remove the slopes. Because the thing is, and this happens to me all the time, and it's actually so annoying. And I should have done this eons ago. Unity's physics system is not designed for platformers. I've got so many rules in this game that it's like there's all of the logic that I want to happen in the game, and then there's just this thing called the physics system that's trying to figure out rigid body physics all the time. And this just shouldn't be a rigid body physics thing. This is kind of like it's almost like a kinematic thing. It's like half of this stuff, there should not be the concept of like, hey, if you got a marble and it bounces into another marble, they bounce off each other. That shouldn't be even relevant to this. So I should have been smarter and I should have made that the case. But I'm so deep now that I'm still dealing with all this nonsense. We're talking about vertical. What I'm really talking about is the collider of vertical slopes. The only issue is I do like the idea of if your head hits this and it's diagonally downwards, like it's okay. I don't want you to get, well, what should happen if you run at a slope like that? I guess your velocity should just, what should happen? Maybe I'll just think about how I'll do it. So what I'm talking about is this scenario. Okay, you got a ledge like this, and you jump like this at it. What should happen? What I think should happen is you just get adjusted down, but you move at the same speed. I don't think you should bounce. Not in this game. I think you should just continue on the same path at the same speed, but now you're going this way instead. I think you should just slip along it. Explode. Well, I don't want realism. Okay. So the only way to make this do that This isn't really the problem. Like, this is kind of okay right now. The real problem that we're having is this one, where you're jumping, you know, straight up, and this is like that. That's a problem, because I actually can't turn off. I don't think I can turn off what happens here. Can I do that? Let's ask GPT. Actually, we'll just ask them in here. I'm paying for it, by the way. Okay. Okay. Is there a way in Unity 2D to disable the reflection of velocity when two rigid bodies collide? I still want contacts, and I don't want two bodies to pass through each other. I just don't want the velocity to be deflected. Did I say reflection? I meant deflection. Pointed in another direction. Can't be directly disabled. Yeah, I didn't think so. Manipulating the collision response. Bounciness as 0. Manually reset the rigid body after the collision. Yuck. I mean, I don't think this is a bounciness issue. I don't think it's bouncing, is it? We could try it. I mean, why not? It might be bounciness. Nope. No. No. It might just be gross enough to work. So my solution, my little thought bubble solution, which I hate, but what I could do is literally this. I could reshape the geometry so that it's not actually like that. The only problem with this that I kind of hate a little bit is the fact that you now have to deal with bumping your head directly on it. Right? So as a collider, that's fine, especially if you're going with the grain. But if you're going against the grain, you're kind of gonna get hurt. Kill the velocity reset thing. Yeah, I don't like it. Maybe at the end of the slope, add a little invisible wall to kill momentum in the x-axis. Is there a way I can shape this so that it lets you pass this way? Like maybe. No, you're still gonna hit. Oh no! Hang on a second. No, surely that's not it. How do you get the ideas? I play other games. And I get inspiration from movies and books and other things. What do you... I mean, this solves the problem. Except it makes it so that if you were to run at the wall and hit it, you stop. You go gong. That's the only problem. You just bounce straight into it, and you'll get trapped until you fall out. which is kind of annoying. Can't you add friction to the slope? We didn't want friction to the slope. That was the point. We already... Oh, no, I can't add friction to the slope because the slope is the same. It's the same object as everything else. So if I add friction to this, I'm adding friction to this. It's all one object. So the problem is, I'll explain it for those of you who just joined us. Okay. My game has a physics system. I like the idea of being able to run and bounce your head without losing horizontal velocity. But that also means that if you hit a slope, your velocity gets transferred horizontally. And we don't want that. So it's good until we're going in a horizontal direction, then it's bad. To be honest, look, you probably shouldn't really be, I mean, like, banging your head against this kind of stuff anyway. Like, the idea of hitting one of those slopes is probably not that common. So maybe I'll just fix it this way. I'll just do what I was going to do and not make these slopes actually slopes. I mean, there's no harm in trying it. What if you made it a feature? I don't want that to be a feature. I don't think so. Normal force? I don't think... Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think you can do that in Unity. Kinematic's not right. No. God damn it. Sorry, I flashbanged you guys. Oh, by the way, the build should be finished now. So feel free to playtest that. You could do a back calculation, but I'd need to do some check to know what the normal of the thing that you hit was, and if the surface was above you. So if the normal is facing down and away from you. Yeah, separate collision box. Thought about that too. It's not out of the question, Nix. 2 Nix. Yeah. So I hear what you're saying. You could say, here's a special collision detection box. And if this hits the slope, then anytime it hits something, reflect. But I'd need to do like on collision enter 2D, and I'd need to check the normal of that thing. Can't you assign the velocity to what's before the collision? You think this is the best way? Yeah. Yeah. Probably. It's just another thing that I don't love. So many colliders already. I'm going to try the sawtooth pattern first. That's my first port of call. Let's try it. No. We'll just try it on this for now. I'll do it on these two. I'll just do it on one side just to see what happens. All right. Do you know, I'm so close to having custom physics in this game. Just completely custom. But I need to do collision resolution, which is not impossible. I've done this before. I did it for Arrowbound. I replaced Unity's physics completely. But that game, there's a lot less stuff going on. All the insignias go flying away. Yeah. Just gotta import all of those tiles now. Are you knowledgeable on physics? I mean, roughly high school, and I know loosely how they get implemented in games. Like, it's not like it would be impossible to figure it out. I just I don't want to if I don't have to. Oh god. He still bounces off. Because he is rounded. The head box is rounded. It's mostly right though, I would say. Like, running against it doesn't feel so bad. And it fixed that problem. And this is good. I actually don't hate what we did. I could say if his velocity is vertical, I don't round it. If his velocity is... Sorry, if he's going upwards, it's square. If he's coming downwards, it's rounded. I think what's happening is because the resolution of this is actually quite shallow, it's lower than this. It's more like... I think it's more like this. Because it's like this, what he's doing is hitting his head and then just falling away. So it's not a big deal because it's not a problem. So Why was roll removed? I removed it because it was not implemented in a way that people could intuitively figure out when to not do it. So if we're grounded, just make it 0.2. Else, if character.val_y is less than 0, then radius equals 0.01f. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not... Oh, geez, it still did it, though. I don't think it's doing it. How did it do that? What is actually happening? Is it late, maybe, his velocity? The change. Radius is 0 there, and he doesn't... It's not a problem. Radius is 2, 0, 1, 1. How does he get pushed horizontally? I guess because it becomes... It could be worse. Could be like that, which it's not. Like that. That would be really bad. But at least now it's just... I mean... Not only when... I'm not checking xvel. I'm only checking yvel. I'm only checking if y velocity is less than 0. Unless you meant yvel when you said x. Oh, hang on a second. No. Hang on. If we're grounded... Oh, okay, that's fair. I mean, I can't go backwards, but I can step through it. You saw me step through it. I know it's not really a question of knowing what's happening. It's a question of knowing what we should do about it. Like, we know what's happening, we're just... not really sure what the solution should be. That's interesting. It's kind of pushing him along because he's able to bounce into it and it's pushing him out. as the shortest path to exit. Why am I using a rounded collider? For slopes, really. For rounded slopes, you don't catch on ledges as much. And there are also ghost collisions that happen in situations where like this happens. There are floating point errors that can sometimes cause, you know, little hitches. It should be fine because I'm using a composite collider, but even so, there's just little times where it's like, I don't know what should be happening there. So here, what's happening is, to some extent, he's going up through the thing, right? Going up through it, and then the game is saying, well, we need to resolve this collision because you're inside the collider, so we'll push you out. And then it's going up, and then it's pushing him out. Up, out, up, out. That's kind of what's happening, I think. And we're getting a little bit of a push. Is there a restitution? It is 0, Polter. It's not about the restitution. It's more like it's that's actually a good question. Why is the bounce? Hang on a second. I don't think that's relevant, but I should probably be able to cancel. I should probably be able to definitively say it's not an issue. I'm such an idiot. Collision ground. We'll call it sticky. Friction 0. Bounciness 0. I mean, slippery is probably what we want, but let's just say for now we're going to try that. That's... yeah, it's still an issue. It's more of a friction issue than a restitution thing. It's yeah, that's what it is. It's the tangent force. I think that's what you call it. So what's happening is this. When when an immovable object meets an unstoppable force, this happens. Is it the normal force? I don't know if you call it normal or tangent. I guess it is a normal force. Can you just put a horizontal point where the slope meets the horizontal? Put a horizontal point. Points can't have direction. How do you put a horizontal point? Where the slope meets the... Are you saying you want this to be like... I don't know what you're saying. I'm kind of lost. Can you make him slower when hitting the top? I can try to... I mean, I can add friction, but I don't think I want to add friction. I didn't say horizontal point. Can you put a... Oh my god. I'm sorry. My brain doesn't read today. Sorry, convincing camel. I'm just gaslighting you. Can you put a point where the slope meets the horizontal? I still don't know what that means. Where the slope meets the horizontal? I can limit his velocity. I can stop the velocity from adding. Like give him a terminal velocity maybe. That way you'd still get the deflection, but you wouldn't get the acceleration. When you say a point, do you mean this? Is this what you're talking about? Something like that? Draw a diagonal slope, and when he collides with it, set his y position such that the top of his head equals the vertical distance. Yeah, I mean, like, this is what I've got, basically, right? And all this does is it means if you hit this point instead, you still slide off, you know? So then you say, okay, well, what if I do multiple jagged bits? But then you see it becomes... I mean, I guess we could do it like this. But then we've got an edge there. Then as we're running it this way, we hit the side of it. Doesn't make any sense, right? Can you make all the materials have friction, but his feet ignores the materials while his head does not? I want there to be no friction on his head, right? Because I want him to be able to do this, right? This is desirable. This is exactly what I want to happen. This is not what I want to happen. So it's not that there should be friction unless I can make it selective friction. This is totally a collision resolution problem. It definitely is, Lutron. I guess what you want is to resolve head collisions always downwards. Correct. I guess the problem is that I can't change Unity's collision resolver. It's part of Unity's physics system. So I either abandon Unity's physics system and write my own resolver, or don't. I mean, all I'm really using is gravity. But gravity and collisions. Can't you just use one-way colliders so that you can go from top to bottom, but not bottom to top? It is easy to do from the start. We're in pretty deep. Not too deep. I don't think we're in too deep. Yeah. But then Hobby, how do you do the collision messaging? Are you using kinematics? Just making everything a kinematic body? And then triggers. I see. So I'm going to undo this. I know, that's the other thing, resolving it before it happens rather than after. We're in a different world at that point. Thanks, Camel. Look, at the end of the day, I could just make them even lower resolution. Just make the slopes nothing. Just make them square. So like this is full, this is empty. And they're just rectangles. The thing is, it doesn't happen when we drop, really. There's a bit of a slide, but I guess I've got friction. So I should probably be doing... Oh, but that's friction, and I want friction. Overlay special colliders. I mean, I could. I just... it just irks me to do them, because... I don't know, I'm just concerned about... What I'd have to do is something like this. We'll talk about it just so that I can make sure I'm not being unreasonable here. So the idea is head collider check. Collect a list. Place a collider above, or more of a trigger, above the player's head. Looks like this. If the take stock of all of the colliders colliding with it, if any of them has a... No, this would be ray casts. This would be ray casts. Not colliders. Cast a ray above. Because you can do normal detection that way. The player's head. Limit Armin's velocity at the end of the next physics frame to what it was on the previous. That's what it would be. So you basically X velocity. So you can't add velocity on the X-axis when you're hitting a slope above the player's character. That's how you would do it. And actually, if we're casting a ray above their head, it's not so bad. Or it would be something like a hybrid. I don't do this, but I probably should. You do overlap point. No, that doesn't work. You need to cast multiple rays. It's a bit ugly, but because you need to be able to say, what is the angle of this thing? Can you get the normal of a collision? Is that possible? I don't think you can. Like when you get, what, like on collision enter. What does that give you? Gives you a collision 2D. What does a collision 2D have? Relative velocity? Contact? Oh, it does give you a point in 2D space. But how do you know what the normal force is from that? The relative linear velocity of the two colliding objects. Those 2 points have a normal property. Wait, what? Does that make sense? Contact point 2D has a normal. Ah, I see. Oh, I never knew that. Okay. Well, then we don't need to do that. So let's not do the ray. If there's a collision, and the contact points beware the normal points in the direction of least penetration, so it could still point sideways. Could still point sideways. What? This thing is doing this. This is doing this. This is doing this. This collides with this. Well, that'll always go this way, right? Yeah, in that case, we're always doing slopes in this concept. Real slopes. Although that wasn't supposed to happen. Okay, so can I just say if the nav collider bumps into anything and the collision is above Armin's head, then we can call that a head collision? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Hey Ronnie, I might add more levels. I'm thinking of removing the ads and adding some more features. But we've got other priorities at the moment. That's so nice. That's actually so sweet. That's the first time anyone's really expressed like actual, like real enjoyment of a thing that I've made, like a game. Like I want more of the game. That's really nice. I don't know if it deserves that, but I really appreciate it. Okay, so I feel like the nav collider is becoming a little bit more heavy duty right now, and I should probably place it in the scene more explicitly. It's just that every enemy needs one. It should probably be a prefab, and I just set its position and size based on the character later. Because this box, this white box, it's not actually a game object. It's just the way that I've built it. It becomes a game object once the game starts. Okay. Is there a story? Does my game have a story? Yeah. So... maybe just for now, though. That's cool. Maybe for now, though, I need to take a break. So I'll see you in a little bit. Feel free to watch ads if they play. But otherwise, I'll see you in 5. Yo, we back. Okay, pals. Let's do the head check thing. Let's do it. Do we need a... Okay. To hack this in, we're going to start by just chucking it onto Armin's main behavior. We're not currently using on collision enter there. That's okay. That's all good. The collision has the two colliders and all that stuff. Okay. Hey, Theater City. Hey, Alex G. Okay, so, if the collision occurred above the position of the sure. No. What about this? Get the collision point. You don't know. If collision dot contact. What is contacts? Is that colliders? Are there always two contacts? Specific points of contact. You should avoid using this as it produces memory garbage. Okay, fine. Get contacts. What does get contact do? Oh, you put an index. How can there ever be more than two contacts? Or one contact? I don't know how that works, but it's fine. Contact point 2D contacts retrieves all contact points for contacts between collider and other collider. Huh? This, is that an out? Why does it take? How does this work? Is it returning? I don't know how to use this. I have to pass in an array of contacts. How does it, what does it do to this? Does it do something to the list? But it doesn't output the list. So is it just editing the list's contents? List contact point 2D contacts equals new list equals new, and then we say get contacts, right? That's how we do it. I don't use var. I'm an old school Java kind of guy. Never ever ever use var. Well, I don't want to limit how many options because I don't know which point there are, so I want all the points first and then I'll figure out what to do. So, how is this not happening? Okay, it was working. Let's get an inspector in here. That's it. I just think that var, it's not very explicit for someone who's reading your code, first of all. And there's no value in being implicit. That's just how I see it. Like, just be explicit. The types are different. It's important that they are different. Like, otherwise you wouldn't have types. Okay, well, that's pretty good. That's giving me basically what I want. Supper is Lord. But there are detriments to not being explicit. Even if the compiler can infer them, you then have to remember what type you used when you're working with it. If I know something is a list, then I know what functions list has. If all I know is that something is kind of a collection, I don't know if I'm using count or size. I don't know if I can add, because some collections have and some don't. So if I know it's a queue or a list or a stack or an array, then I've got something to work with. Okay. So that's really good. Am I ready for your list of things to look at? I mean, you can post them in the Discord, Camel. anyway. No, we just want a normal. We don't need this extra list. That's dumb. What is this? What are you doing? Oh. Alrighty. Bow. Okay. Nice. It is giving normals that I expect. So we want the gradient of the normal. In this case, 0.71, negative 0.71, which means the rise over run is 1, which means it's diagonal. So what I care about is that the normal components multiplied by each other, or one divided over the other. What's the right way to think about that? If the x component is greater than nothing, let's get rid of these hellos. Get out of here. So it's only happening now when we hit our heads on a slope. It's good. Yep. Or on a horizontal, which is a little bit of a concern for me. Another way to do it would be to ask if you were to multiply, if you were to divide one by the other, if neither of them is 0, and when you divide the absolute value of one over the other, the number is greater than some value, then it's a slope and not a horizontal. I mean, it should be 0 if you multiply 1 by 0. Hang on a second. My brain's not mathing right now, but let me just think of a thing. If the slope is like this, multiplying, like this is like 0.5, 0.5, right? That's like one vector. But if it's like this, and I multiply this by this, the length is going to be the same, right? Or maybe it won't be, but that's not really the point, right? Because the gradient is like rise over run. So like y divided by x. And if I get something like this, then it's going to be like 1 over like 0.1 or whatever. And if I have something like this, it doesn't really matter. Well, if I hit my head on that, that matters. Like 1 divided by like 0.1. That gives me 10. That's a huge number. I don't want to check if they're perpendicular, because they won't. I'm thinking of scenarios where it's not perpendicular. I want the slope, the distance between so like, hang on, let me explain what I'm talking about here. You know, there'll be times where it's this, and there'll be times where it's, oh my gosh. There'll be times where a slope is like that, and there'll be times where a slope is like this. I don't care about those slopes. I only care about all of the slopes between, say, this and that. All of these slopes I care about. So to do that, I guess it's the dot product, but it's not really, it's just one vector. I just want to know that the slope of the vector is above some number, the magnitude of that, or not magnitude, but like, do you know what I mean? Like if we make it the absolute value of x and y, or y over x, depending on which one's greater, I think that's going to give us the answer we want. Because if this is like, I think I know what I'm doing. So Okay. So what I care about is... Oh, maybe I'll go over here and do it. When I hit my head on this, I only want it to log if we have the right... so that's negative 0.49. Oh, I got a 0. I suppose... okay. Negative 99. I mean, that's... The closer to 1, the better, actually, in this context. And that's not a number, and that's infinity. So... How do you get 1 from that? How's that 1? 0 over 1 is 1? Surely not. What's my brain doing? 0 divided by 1 is 0. 1 divided by 0 cannot be divided. So how the hell is it doing that? Hey, Castatatus, welcome. Maybe I'll just try again. One? Really? Smacking into the wall gives me a gradient of 1? What is the normal? -1 and 0. Wait, am I doing absolute values? I should be. Ah, hang on. Did I put Y twice? Oh my... No, that's okay. That's different. Oh my gosh. I did put Y twice. What an idiot. Okay. Wait, that's still giving me -1. Hang on a second. Let me just compile it by hand so that hot reload can't screw us up. Sanzom's got it. So let me just correct this. These should still be absolute values, so float magval magvec equals contact.normal dot equals new vector2 contact.normal.x contact.normal.y. Is this a thing? Is there a better way to do this? To just get the absolute value of the both components. Sorry, that's a vector 2. Okay. All right. 1, 0. So then, what the heck? How are you outputting that? And now, it's not outputting the diagonals. Did I do something horribly wrong? Oh no, that is. But then what the heck? Also, I'm quite disturbed that that actually doesn't catch it at all. Am I touching it already? Why isn't it calling it when I do that? It didn't output anything. I don't understand how you get 1 out of this. Because it is 0. It said 0. It said that this value, contact normal. I'm literally checking to see if they're 0. And the output is 1, 0. So is this 0 not really 0? Is it like something... some weird floating point value that's like not quite 0. Okay, there we go. I'm really concerned about this not firing the on collision enter. I don't understand how that could be possible that it's not, but it's not. And there is a big gap. Look at the distance between these two things. But when I jump, no collision. Unless there's some reason it's cancelled out. I could have done that. Contact point.y is greater than transform position.y. Count is greater than 0. Oh, it did call something. Okay. Wait. No, it literally didn't. How is that not firing on trigger enter or on collision enter? Oh, it did that time. But not that time. Well, this whole solution isn't going to work if it doesn't fire every time. No, it's on collision enter. That's what we're checking for. And it's not even doing it. But we're not even touching it until we touch it. Okay, I think that did work, but it can't... I mean, we can't have it not fire. It didn't fire that time either. Unless there's a collider here that's bouncing, like unless there's something else. Continuous instead of discrete. That's a good question. I don't think it happened then either. Nope. Hey Turtle, I can't deal with it right now, unfortunately. Could you take a screenshot of it? Okay, maybe I'll just look at it. Go to the bridge and spam air attacks with dropdowns. How do you spam air attacks with dropdowns? You're saying try to drop down and then immediately press an air attack? This? That's fine. Doesn't seem to be a problem to me. Oh, okay, that might be a problem. Oh, that's so dumb. Whoop. Jesus Christ. Can I do it just in general? Oh, my hands hurt. Anyway, what's the point of solving this problem if I can't regularly detect when the thing hits a thing? I bet there's something up. I bet there's some reason why it's not calling that has nothing to do with me. Or maybe it's considered on collision stay or something. See, Adonis, what do you reckon? I wonder if I could make a way to like highlight the collider, or I should name the collider instead of saying A. That's so dumb, the concept of other. They really don't have it right. Oh, that's all the same collider. It's all technically the same. So if I go from touching one thing on one frame to touching something else on the same frame, if it's the same collider, one frame later. Composite collider. So we'll just call it stay then. We'll just do the same thing. Is there such a thing as on collision stay? There is none. Oh. There is no on collision stay. On trigger stay? I mean, it's not a trigger. Do you not see it? But that's 2D. Oh no, there it is. I'm an idiot. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, maybe now. Well, honestly, without you guys, I would be way slower. Honest to goodness. You help me out. This is what I need you here for. Can't make games without players, you know? I might make more progress, but it would be buggier. It would take longer to solve problems and it would take less time to make content. Okay. Alright, in that case, I don't think I need to worry too much about the name. I should be able to just proceed as normal. Hopefully. Nope. God damn it, man. That sucks. I mean, is it this? Yeah. Hot reload's great. You should use it. Don't worry about that. It's definitely good, and you should definitely use it. I use it all the time. Okay. It's actually doing something now. It's pretty consistent now, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay. So then contact point Y is greater than transform.position.Y. I mean, it has to be doing that. But then why is this not working? I think we're good. It seems sensitive now. Okay, we can continue on. So then this is happening now. So let's just say, keep it as it is actually. I just want to see what happens. Clear that. Does it happen when I hit a side? Nope. Oh, but it does happen when I hit a side. Negative 0.48. Wait a second. That's the position. That's the point, right? Why is the normal considered like that? Wait a second. That doesn't make any sense. How do you get 17 for a normal? That doesn't seem right. Maybe contact.normal is not what we want. Like, it should be a number between, like, 0 and 1, right? For the most part. Or -1 and 1. Is it because the transform of the object is really, really big? So the normal from, like, its root to our root is, like, 17? 17 is a huge number. Six, 5, 4. I mean, as I'm doing this, that number is going up. You see that? As I'm just going across, the number is getting more negative, and as I go to the right, the number becomes more positive. And it's going, the normal is going down as I slide down the thing. Position equals normal. What the heck? The surface normal at the contact point. Fucking, these guys are fucking liars, you guys. Normal impulse? I mean... No. I'm logging the point. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Don't worry about it. I'm the idiot. I left something in accidentally. Don't worry. Your streamer has been live for more than 5 hours. Anything's possible. Human error. It's real. Okay. So now nothing is logging, which is fine. What we want is to make sure this works. So big here is contact.normal.y, but it needs to be the absolute value of this. This needs to be magvec.y, and this needs to be magvec.x. Hey, there we go. Specifically 4 frames. So doesn't happen. We should expect to see this happen explicitly when we hit a slope. So all good. And a slope above our heads. Until we see a slope above our heads, we should be able to do whatever we want and nothing gets logged. Good. Lots of running around. Lots of stuff, nothing logged. And here was me making fun of Unity. Okay, and then, hey, straight away, good stuff. We got it, pals. We did it. All good. Yeah, it's literally just, it's just when I want it to go. That's perfect. Perfect. Okay, so it's literally here. We want to do something where we say, don't let the velocity change. So it's going to be some sort of like So the idea here is that whichever is smaller, we pick that. But smaller in whichever direction. So like if character.val x. Oh. We take the smaller of the absolute values, I guess. Assuming we're not changing direction, that would be really bad. We take the smallest magnitude. In whichever direction. I think that's probably okay. If the previous one was smaller, then set it to the previous. Hey! Hush, thank you so much for the resub. Okay. There we go. It's in. The solution is in. Hey Tuffer. Tuffer. How's it going? Don't try to break it, Sansom. Do you want to incorporate a dash into the game or stick with the sword swing for that mechanic? Are you talking about the forward thrust? Are you talking about this? Or the dodge roll? I think it's working. Nope. Is there a dash for that kind of movement? What kind of movement are we talking about? When you say a dash, do you mean like a dodge roll? Or like a run, like what you're seeing here? Metroidvania games have like a spin dash. You mean that's like an upward little psh, that goes up, right? You mean like an air dodge? Tell me in Smash Brothers terminology. I've been coding for over 10 years. More. Over 14 years now. It was hard. It is hard. But it's not that hard. You can do it. It's not doing anything. That's bad. Oof. Created a local variable. Hmm. Really? Oh, okay, now it works. There it is. It works. Like, actually really works. And it doesn't stop us here. Look at that. So good. It just shifts it to adjust the position. That's okay. That's exactly what I wanted. Wow. Totally solved it. That's way better. It feels good too, like it totally works. That's amazing. Yeah, I just needed to add a logger. Just needed to add debug.log. Cool, that's great. Adds slope ceiling limiter. Boom. Well, debug.log tricked hot reload into compiling properly because it forgot to compile the solution that we actually did. So we did solve it like 3 compiles ago, but then it didn't actually do it until I logged it, and then it figured it out. That's what happened. Nice, man. Caca poo poo fixed. Poo poo caca resolved. Wow, I was convinced that we weren't going to fix that. Maybe using a dash. But what is a dash? I'm trying to understand what you mean by a dash. Like, do you just mean like them looking like they're doing like a pose and then just moving horizontally? Like, what is a dash? Just like a forward run? Because what... I think some of you don't understand what kind of game I'm making. The game has dashes. But you gotta earn them. You want this? Or do you want something more like this? Is this what you want? Well, as you can see, that's in the game. So you just got to earn it. Yeah, so that's kind of what Insignia is all about. It's kind of like through combat, you earn abilities. And then that gives you the ability to basically solve puzzles in the game. So there are other... I'll show you like a cooler example of something like this that's a bit more puzzly. It's not a crazy deep puzzle or anything, it's just like another example. Check this out. There's a wall run. So you can run up the wall and then cross the gap. If you try to cross the gap, you burn the power, so you won't be able to use it to cross the wall. To cross the gap. So you have to first jump, extend the jump, come up, and then forward thrust. The abilities are temporary for every scene. So you have to basically find the enemy that gives you that ability in the room and collect them before you can complete the puzzle. And there are others too, like you want ground pound? Oh god, I haven't been in this scene for a long time. I don't know why it's doing that, but okay, this has got oh, I can't use that here, but let me show you what I'm working with here. The idea is that it's kind of like you're kind of pulling the energy from the world and it gets released after you use it. That's kind of the idea. And it's kind of like in they talk about in Dungeons and Dragons, they talk about like a short rest. So the idea that like, oh, like whenever, like when something happens, particularly like in the game, when you leave a scene, like a period of time passes and the idea is that it dissipates during that time. That's the concept. So it's not an actual time limit, it's just until you leave the room. So you don't actually have gems. What these are, oh, that's not very good. I don't know why that broke. Interesting. They're not gems, they're actually, I mean, if you want to get really, really into it, I can show you kind of like an example of what it looks like to unlock one of these. So they're actually kind of like soul ribbons, soul fragments. Skip some of this. Okay, so don't worry about this. So you kill an enemy, right? And then the fragments kind of fly out when you don't have, when you haven't like unlocked the ability. So that they're called ensigns, And I haven't named those ribbons yet. I don't know what they're called, but they're basically like the essence of the thing. It's like unorganized magic. Until you make it to a, like, what I call like a crucible dungeon, you can't do anything with those fragments. They just dissipate into the atmosphere. Sorry, I'll skip through this. Oh, I can't load that scene like that. Okay. And then we're just going to have to go through the story beat by beat here. And then you'll find yourself in these kind of, they're called crucibles. The crucibles are basically forges where you can collect those souls and sort of infuse them into the blade. And that gives the blade almost like the memory of them, and that lets you harness them when you see them in the wild. So I can't really show you like the whole thing right now, but that's the idea. So if I go back to this scene without the dungeon progress, you can't really see it, but there's a snake here in the room. You attack the snake, and then the essence kind of like crystallizes and can follow you around for a little bit. And it can get deposited into these terminals. And that kind of like lights up the forge. When you're in these dungeons, you have to find a number of them to light up all the forge lights, and that properly lights it. So this is what happens when you get all of them. Shouldn't look like that. Don't worry about that. And then there's one more thing. You can't cheese. I mean, you can't get the abilities before you have them. So then there's a little cutscene. This is like once you've lit it properly. You see the symbol of the ability that you're about to learn. There's a cutscene. Look at these beautiful cutscene graphics. That's right, gluten-free. That's exactly right. So you do that with a mini game. So the mini game is you literally engrave the symbol into the sword. Of the ensign. Boom. We learned it. So now we can take this guy out. And now we have Rise. There you go. So in this game, can you see the engraving at a later stage? There will be a permanent menu. So I can show you what that looks like for the most part, because I've designed it. There'll be a progression system where you can kind of see like like an upgrade tree of all the different things that you're unlocking. So that's only on inspection, but you'll see the little nodes appear as you unlock them throughout the game, and you'll unlock the little, like each symbol will appear, and there are additional things you can unlock as well, and that all sort of forms a path. You can have up to 4 at a time in the game at the moment, but every chapter that you complete, the current plan is this. So right now I've got Rise, but if I completed chapter 2, where this takes place, I get to slot 1 green ability into that space, whether or not there was an enemy in the room. And if I collect a separate ability, it stacks on top. So I can use that ability, and then I still have Rise underneath, which means that technically you can have 8 online at once. You can have the 4 that you've equipped in the loadout plus the 4 that you got in the scene if you need those. So there'll be some areas where you'll need a specific power, but there's no enemy to give you that power. You just need to have brought it from somewhere else. So in this game, the other aspect of the progression, the old progression system, what? Something just broke. I've never seen that before. Let's take it back to the alpha zone. See if that keeps happening. Yeah, cool. So in the old system, and in fact, gosh, oh man, goes to 1. Okay. All right. These crystals are what let you save the power for later, basically. So in the game, there are kind of like infinity stones, crystals that are kind of like plot MacGuffins that the enemy wants to have, that you're trying to stop them from getting. And you don't have them either. They're in the world. And when you get them, you basically can encrust them into the sword, and that gives you the ability to keep one of your ensigns of that color while you're out in the world. That's the idea. So in the old system, like way before I had all this ensign stuff, you literally just found different gems and you put them in the sword, and that was the system. Now it's like a little more complicated than that, but it needs to be a bit bigger because the game's a lot longer. When do your elements come into play? Well, right now the elements are just visual effects that are associated with the ensigns. So like all the green ones are kind of like leaf based. And so those visual effects appear when you use an ensign. In this case, there's leaves flying out. That's just the element that's associated with that color, with the emerald. So like red is the ruby and it's fire, and blue is sapphire and it's water, and yellow is lightning. That's the topaz. So it's just currently how I've got it set up. But I was thinking of removing them altogether and replacing them with like a different elemental system altogether. I mean, they're not really elements. You don't burn things with the fire. It's just a red effect that accompanies the using a red ensign. Can you instantly gain a charge of their power? It's not a charge. Well, okay. So this is the other thing you guys don't know about the game, which I haven't really explained very well, but you will learn this throughout the alpha because I need to know that you can learn it. When you kill an enemy, you get their power for the rest of the room until you leave the room. But also, you can parry them to get access to it earlier, but you only get a single use per parry. So in this case, oh, I don't have the dodge roll anymore. I still have it when I get knocked down. So like I have his forward attack now, and that's the slide. But then he gets it back when I use it. So you can see it go from him to me, and then when I use it, it goes from me back to him. You see that ribbon? And the way that you steal it is you do a sword attack in the opposite direction of their attack. So in his case, it was like a forward slash. So I do a back step, and that lets me steal the ensign. Or if I jump above him, he might do an upward attack, and I attack down to steal that. So I attack down to steal his vertical attack. And that lets me do the down attack as a follow-up. If I can launch him up and then slash him down. Yeah, so you don't have to steal it. You can defeat an enemy and not, you can knock them out without keeping the ability if you want. You can also respawn enemies. I don't know how to do that now though, actually. I think it's this button. Yeah, but he's over here. So you can bring enemies back and you discharge all of the ensigns back into the world and that respawns them. You can only steal one at a time. So this snake has a green ability, but so does the wolf guy. So when the wolf guy uses it, I get the wolf's one, but I leave behind the snake's one, and that just sort of hovers down here until I pick it up again. So I can always come back and get it, but I can't have them both at the same time. That's a lot of explanation about my game to you guys. All because someone asked about whether or not there was a dash in the game. So each element has like up to 4 different kinds of abilities. So there's going to be like 4 different red ones, 4 different green, 4 different blue, 4 different yellow. Okay. So we did a bunch of stuff just now, and I want to delete this guy because he's not supposed to be in the demo. I think you guys are really going to like it. It's not a Metroidvania, but it's got Metroidvania elements. It's mostly like a Zelda-like is how I would describe Insignia. And I'm hoping that the story is going to be really tight and enjoyable for you. I'm excited to tell the story. So for me, it's more like there are chapters. Each chapter has an open zone where you can, go visit a town, go do side quests. And then towards the end of that chapter, there'll be a boss fight. You beat the boss, you get access to the next chapter. And then at the end of the game, all of the chapters open up again. And then it becomes a Metroidvania, sort of at the very end. You can do all of the... I mean, you will have already unlocked the full map at that point, but you can find hidden areas and unlock certain secrets and reach the far edges of the map. And there's like warping and stuff. But that's at the very, very, very end. That's kind of like late game stuff before the final boss. But the first 4 chapters are just like chunk, 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 chunk. I mean, Mega Man doesn't really have an overworld map. It's more just like you go into the levels one by one. I've been working on this game for about 7 years now. So... the next thing that I need is probably the modal. It's 7 o'clock now, so I should probably head off soon. I'm really excited for you guys to test this out. This stuff's going to be so fun. I think, I really want you to, unlock stuff and feel the progression of the game and have that propel you forward through the Ghouls and Ghosts. I mean, isn't Ghouls and Ghosts just straight linear levels? I really think it's more like Zelda or even Pokemon. I feel like it's Pokemon. The original. I know that's an RPG, but what do you call an action-adventure that's structured the same as those JRPGs from Nintendo? Or even just... Because, it's like you go into a new region, you explore the region, there's a boss, you get into a new space, new region. When can we test it? You can test it now. What I'm working on is an alpha test. This zone here, this is the player movement test. It's live. It's not yet quite ready. So like maybe in the next week, I'll be opening this up. I'll be, well, restricting access to patrons only. And then once I'm happy with the feedback, I'll start opening it up a little bit more. And as I'm working, I'm going to be adding new tests, new areas. So right now, this is just basic movement. And the next test might be like an enemy encounter, and then like an ability, and then later on there might be quests that you can test. There is a demo of the game separately from all the testing. So the demo is a bit old, and it's from about 3 years ago. So if you just want some insight into how like the story plays out and like what the game feels like, just to run around in one chapter, the full first chapter is in the game. You can just get it for free. But the alpha is more current, and it's mostly for people watching the stream. So you'll be able to scroll through all the tests and play them and give me feedback on them. Speaking of which, it might be nice to look at some of the feedback we've been having. What I'm hoping to do with the feedback is gauge the responses over time, and I don't think I'll be able to do that in this. Like what I want to do is plot each of the responses by the date that they were submitted, and then track the progress. Oh, that's all good. Oh, this is a rolling thing. So I'm treating it like unit tests. So this will be something that will always be testable in the game. There'll always be as long as the alpha is live, you will be able to do that test and comment on how it feels. And my hope is that over time, the general ratings of each test go up. So like, you can test it multiple times, and if your answers change, that's cool. You know, that's good. So this is interesting. I asked what features people look for in their favorite games. Most of them want intuitive controls. They like special mechanics. Most of them, space for different playstyles was quite high. And punishing difficulty was really low. Interesting. People are liking the controls for the most part. Prefer WASD. I mean, they're remappable. WASD came up a couple times. WASD. Used to mouse and keyboard. Wow, a lot of people wanted WASD. I might make it a preset so you can pick at the beginning of the game, or even have multiple buttons. That's great. Look at our WASD. It comes up all the time. That's like 6 different responses. The game does support controllers as well, so keyboard is kind of not really the primary input. I think because, okay, I have like a principle around arrow keys and ZXC. I'm just from that generation where that's the way that it is. That's just the way, if you're from the 90s, that's how games played. WASD to control a 2D game in the 90s wasn't a thing, ever. Like, ever. It wasn't, WASD didn't come up until, like, after Doom. So, it's okay. So, what I'm probably going to do, because I've explained this in the past, right now the game is created as if it was for a Nintendo Switch. So the way that it's designed, there's only one keyboard binding per button. Like, I can't make it both. But in the long term, I think I'm going to change that so that they can have a list of keys per button. In which case, you know, I can have WASD and arrow keys for the D-pad, and it shouldn't be an issue. Like it's fine. I'll do it. There's no world where like I get that much feedback that's that consistent and I ignore it. I would have to be crazy to do that, right? I'm not stupid. I'll make it work. It's just not how it works right now. Okay, 4s and 5s, couple of 3s. Bit slippery. Don't match my input. Moving more forward than I had input. That's an interesting one. What the difference between walk and run was almost too little to notice. That's interesting. Movement touches on general. Wish the roll didn't turn you around. I've got to. Don't worry about that. Just bad. Player movement was extremely fluid. Nice like hand holding for giving ledge grabs. Felt smooth. Everyone double. I know there's no double jump. Pretty good. Just right. Wasn't bad. That's pretty good. That's not bad. Some people want the walking speed to be faster, but I really don't think it. I don't think it should be. I actually might make it slower, the walking speed. Too fluid. See, when people say Hollow Knight is tight, I find that absurd. A bit slow and sluggish. Yeah, and this is the fact that the game is... You'll get it when combat's part of it. People like the camera, but I think there's going to be something about nausea here. Yeah, there's a little bit of wonk with the camera that I'll fix. It's really important because enough people have said that it made them nauseous that I will do whatever I can to fix it. We tried that, Zero Crits. Don't even... The idea of movement modes in and out of combat, it's a great idea until you realize that how do you force the player to think about those modes? Do they have to hold a button to go into combat mode? You know, like with 2D games, targeting is really, really difficult because you can do targeting in 3D with camera perspective, right? Like lock on makes a lot of sense. In 2D, it's like, how do I know what I'm looking at as the player? The player doesn't control the camera as much, so forcing them down an input path by saying, well, you're fighting this enemy now, here we are until you beat the enemy. That's not even really how this game works, because I'm threading, platforming, and combat together. So if you decide you want to run away from an enemy, how do you get out of combat? There's a lot of stuff that I'm just a little concerned about in that way. One of the biggest challenges right now that we have to solve is how to put roll back in the game. Not roll back netcode, roll, comma, back in the game. So there is dash, which is you hold the run button. I've had it be where you hold the run button and then you tap across, and I've had it be where you run and you tap while you're running to roll. I think it should be bound to the roll button, to the run button, but I'm not sure what the condition should be. Right now, we've got an interesting thing where we hold the attack button to do directional attacks. I think maybe if you hold the button and tap sideways. Run and crouch. Oh, that's so interesting. Run and crouch. Wow. I would never have thought of that. But it's kind of brilliant. It's so not what I would think of. I don't like it at all. But for this game. But I think as a concept, like I could see in a game that working for sure. Is there controller support? You tell me. Is there? Not only is there controller support, but there is on-the-fly bindings for the inputs. So X, because I'm touching the keyboard right now. As soon as I press jump, now I made all the assets myself so far. Yeah, we talked about lock-on. I don't think it's right. Not for this game. I mean, maybe, but I don't. I'm concerned about lock-on. I just feel like I don't want the way that you control the game to be different depending on whether or not you're fighting or running around. I just don't think that that's the way that this game should play. There are some sound effects. They're not all the way through the game. Maybe I'll make it hold the button and double tap a direction. Maybe double tap. So if I'm running and buffered roll tap is true, let's have that on. How do I do previous right now? Prev. Why do I have two definitions for double tap? Hey. No, it's too far gone, I think. I'm gonna have to just rewrite it to fit inside of this. Do I have time for an art review? Probably not today. I might leave in a second. I'm getting really tired. Yo, did we just get raided or did I just happen to have a... Hey, Kvoth, thank you so much for the sub. A lot of people watching right now. Welcome. 420 people. Blaze it. Suribada, thank you so much for the follow. All right. Takes a hit. I don't think I'm buffering the X direction. Up. Thank you for tutorial hell. Sorry. It's tutorial purgatory. You'll get out of tutorial hell by watching the tutorials. Alright, I don't think I can be bothered doing the double tap right now. I think I just want to either do it tomorrow or figure out a different way of doing it. How would you like to roll? For those of you who have access to the alpha, why not load it up right now and tell me what you think? Like directional attack, hold the button, press in the direction. Yeah, that's kind of, I mean, it's, I could do it. It's right here in the game. I just need to turn it on. So it's this. If buffered roll is buffered and release is buffered, then roll out of run. Wait a second, that's not right. It's not this one. It's roll out of sprint, I guess. Sprint ready. Yeah, that's literally it there. That's it. I think people will figure it out. You can definitely avoid this problem. Like, if the thing you have to remember in your head is, if I run first and then sprint, you go into the sprint. Like, if I move and then run, it runs. If I hold the run button and then press across, I roll. Like, it's perfectly functional, but there were people saying, "Oh, I don't know what's happening." Like that. That's no good. So I'm running around, I stop, and I press forward because I've been training myself to hold the run button because I'm running around. I stop, and now I'm going to roll next time I press the button. That's no good. That's why I took it out. So maybe you have to release it. Would the eventual toggle run work with it though? Probably not, because once you let go of run, the toggle turns off anyway. It would need to be something like you hold the button and it only checks if you've released the button since the last time. So here, it's checking if we've put a direction in and we're in the sprint ready. But we need to have released the button. The button needs to have been not pressed in the previous frame. That's the idea. No, it needs to have been released. There needs to be, it's that there's a ban on it until after you've released the button while in sprint. So ground control, sprint ready. And then I guess I would do something like this. Sprite ready. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, I'd love to do a collab, for sure. I have done some collabs in the past, mostly in game jams. I'd love to do more. I'm holding the button, I'm running around, I let go of run, and it immediately goes back into the squat animation. But I'm not letting go of roll. So maybe it shouldn't go into the... It's more like this. If state equals sprint. Let me think about this. Once I'm in any of the states, that have anything to do with holding roll, then block roll needs to be set to true. No. Only if I'm in sprint. Once I enter sprint. Okay. Okay, and then back here, if not holding roll, block roll is false. That's actually all it is. Okay, and then arm and behavior. So it's basically just all of that. And we're not blocking roll. Okay? Okay. But this is public now. Just because I said so. Oh my goodness. Hey Scouting Nate, Happy New Year. Do you know, those of you watching, I made a game for Ludwig, for the Ludwig Jam, and they played it on stream. And they didn't like it very much. It was a Smash Brothers Melee clone. It played just like Melee. And Cutie Pie didn't take. I don't think she really plays Melee, so she didn't really get it. I thought Ludwig would be the one. It was really hard too. I made it too hard. Rolling is now very... You really... Oh. Not like that. More like that. Huh. I seem like I need sleep. I do need... What I need is dinner. And then I can think about sleep. Is today Friday yet? No, it's just Thursday. I'm going to make this game feel really, really good. And then we can do everything else I need to do. Well, that's way worse. Whoops. That's why. No exclamation mark. I use C#. Nice. Yeah, that's... That's pretty good. The thing that I really didn't want was for you to accidentally roll. And now you really can't. If you're holding down run, there's no world where you accidentally roll. You kind of got to release everything to roll. It's harder to roll. It's easier to accidentally run. Yeah, that though has to change. This needs to be not that. Buffered roll, that's all it is, right? It's actually roll held. Okay, well that's certainly not what I wanted. Golden Bounty, thanks for the follow. Poor Ponson, thank you so much for the follow. Not what I wanted. So, sprint ready. Happens if we are holding roll. This is input.roll held. Now, a bit different. That was absolutely not what I wanted. Okay, well that's out the window now. That's gone. This is tough, actually. You know what? I'm sort of struggling here because on one hand, this is great, right? Because it means it's a two-stage thing and I can't accidentally do it while I'm trying to run around. That's great. For platforming, really good. But what I want to do is be able to roll out of a combo. Which, there's no way I can do that now. And it is an action that I want to be able to buffer. So right now it's like super fiddly. Yeah, like I'm attacking an enemy and then an enemy's about to attack me back and I'm like, oh shit, I need a roll. That's when you need it. So maybe I can add an action in. I can... Okay. Not quite. So this is if we can move and we're grounded. That's if we have free control. We're not in hit stop. That's okay. Okay, that happens every thing. If we can move and we're grounded and we're in a rollable state. Okay, let's try that. I think that's... Really? Okay, I was wrong. I mean, it's not even true now. How is that possible? Is it because we're not going to be... Because we're not able to move. Here. Oh, okay, sure. Huh. So maybe roll is something that we do not when we can move, but when we can attack. And right now this whole thing is, nothing else is written here. Just a bunch of different roll conditions. So actually I'll just cut this out. And just call it part of this. That's better. Nice, that was perfect. That's the shit. See ya, Sanxom. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And I can jump around here, no problem. Yeah, buddy. It's starting to get really smooth today. Yeah, man. That's it. Okay. Let's put that in the game and see if you guys want to add roll condition. Actually, I need to put it in the game. Let me see if I can. Trick you into learning this here. Hey, I am still working, but it's all good. Okay. Not quite. Wait, what? Well, that's not supposed to happen. Wait, what? It worked? Ah. That seems very picky, but it makes sense once you're in it. Great. Do a poll on what button combination do WASD players expect? I don't know if that's super relevant for this. I don't know if that would be any different. I mean, if they prefer WASD, then it's the action button that they've set, because they would have had to set something different. It can be shift. You can set it for shift if you want. The thing with role is I'm teaching you that it exists, but you don't have a context where you need to learn it. Um, hmm. Oh. Hey, Fusion. I don't like what that just did. Alright, for now, we'll keep it like this, but I think I can see scenarios where you'll definitely want this to be fixed. I'll add it to the to-do list. Okay. All right. I'll push it now. Thanks, pals. It was a pleasure. I'm getting really tired now, so I gotta go. For those of you who have access to the alpha, you may find this in about 10 minutes time uploaded. So look out for that. I might need a change log soon. I might need to put the commit history on the page so that you can actually see what you're looking for that's changed. Because right now there's not really any way that you can see it. That would be interesting to put commits against, like a change log against each alpha thing. I'd have to tag them, I think, with the tests. That'd be interesting. Okay. And that's it. That's the stream. It's been too long now, pals. It's been 7 hours. I don't usually stream that long in one go. So let's find someone to raid and get out of here. Look at us, kicking butt on 2 platforms. We'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, yeah? Let's go raid Dev Spyus. Okay, pals. I gotta go back to the creator dashboard to make that work, because I can't type in Twitch chat otherwise. One sec. Okay, that's it, pals. Thank you so much for the stream. If you like my content, those of you on Twitch, go follow me on YouTube. And those of you on YouTube can come find me on twitch.tv/AdamCEunice. In general, if you want access, and the best access to the content that I'm putting out here on the internet, become a patron at patreon.com/AdamCEunice. That's the stream. That's it, guys. See you tomorrow. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.